Alka-Seltzer. It's the best on any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
People think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle. carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard Safety Spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Mary Ann Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Right, Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some about that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, then won't find what we got.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Are y'all ready? Eat your heart out, you girl. Need to tune into that hot program to see me and my one black friend interview Rebecca. You need to tune in to Jay Bundy on YouTube so you can see audiobook commentary with Christopher Hitchens. I'm not your boy toy, I'm just a sexy boy. What is going on? I'm not your boy toy. What's up with this mic? What's up with this? We just tested all of this. What are you doing? What's up? What's going on? What's going on, my friend? How you doing, my friend? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Let's make sure that compression is up. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's see how that's going. All right, that feels pretty good. Might just be something with that other microphone. I'll check that out in a little bit. Let me go ahead and I need to relax, man. It's been a long day. Let's go. Come on, cuz, I need that vibe. I need that vibe.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brown James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocker. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama.
What's up? Let's go.
Mom said you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first
check.
Can't really hang with
I don't understand what that is.
I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas as distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that zag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny,
I don't understand what that is.
Took a leap from where I started at, started balling out. Chris Paul and Cats got them steady calling for the mode, but I'm on a roll.
Oh, I'm sick. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick. I test this shit out on my test channels. Everything is fucking fine. I go live and then everything breaks. I'm going back to my test channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
I'm so fucking pissed off right now.
All carry-on items should now be
It's just
stowed
fucking
securely, either in
ridiculous.
an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you.
Sweet, I'll be back, y'all. Sorry about that. False alarm.
All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved.
What is that? Check, 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 check. All right, let me turn the insert off. All right, I don't know what this is. Check, check, check.
Yeah, well.
Check, check, check.
Especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case.
Alright, check. There's nothing else going on. Sorry if you guys don't want to listen to this. I understand this is fucking ridiculous, but I don't know what's going on. I honestly don't know what's going on with this microphone here. Check, check, check. For some reason, it's giving me a really overloaded signal on one side. Make the width 0. Ooh. That actually helped. Alright, so whatever was going on there was going on with the stereo field. Let me do this actually with the other mic too. I'm really glad I figured that. Alright, now let's go to this mic. Cool, cool, cool. I want to do the same thing. These are mono sources. Let's go mono. Really, this is supposed to be a stereo mix. So I shouldn't have done that with the other one. But, that definitely cleaned it up. I don't know why the width would do that. Having the width at 100. Check, 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 check. Normally this isn't a problem. Check, check, check. Moment of silence. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. All right, so I put it back. I put it to 0, then I undid it, and now it's fine. That's cool. I'm gonna go with this for now. Also, I fucked up the gate. Thinking that it was the gate. All right, so let's lower the threshold on the gate back to like minus 45 or something. All right. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. All right. So for some reason this is now it's acting really fucking weird on the, I don't know, it's like it feels like the gate is acting weird. Check, 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 check. Check. It's above the threshold, but I'm not hearing it. It's above the threshold, but I'm not hearing it. Compressor, compressor, compressor. Turn that off, turn that off, turn this off, turn this off. Turn this off, turn this off. Turn this off, turn this off. Now there's no gate on it. It's still coming in and out. See that fading in and out like that? It's not gated anymore. It shouldn't be doing that. There's absolutely no reason it should be doing that. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Test, test, test. Why is it coming in and out? All right.
I really don't know why it's doing that. That's really a problem. Because it shouldn't be fading in and out like this. The gate is off. Oh, you know what? I'm on the wrong channel. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was driving me fucking nuts. All right, here we go. Over to the right channel. Yes, the gate's really too high. All right, let's lower it, lower it, lower it, lower it, lower it. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. That's all right. That's on me. Operator error. It's on the wrong channel. All right. Let's put this one back to -30. I don't know what the range was. The range was 40. Okay, so the range is good. Let's make this attack a little shorter. Threshold is -40. Let's raise the threshold up. That's where it starts to come out. All right, now I'm just going to talk gently and see what it takes for me to get it back in there. There, in. All right, I should go with like a... Yeah, I could go pretty low. I'm going like -50. It's really low, but the reason is I'm mostly rocking with my headphones. And when I'm rocking with my headphones... And I really like this. I like to be able to be away from you guys. All right, let's bring the compressor back. Check, 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 check. All right, the compressor's nice. Check, 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 check. Testing, testing, testing. Actually going to... we're doing our behind the streams here, so let's see. One thing I think I could probably do to make this sound nicer is to bring up the compressor. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that up about 3 dB. Check, 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 check. All right, that should be really nice. Now my mains, let's open those up. That's great. Now, if I could figure out what was causing that echo issue earlier, that would be good. I think it's the fact that I was feeding, the restream ended up being fed there. I need somebody to test this shit out with me. That would be super helpful. But a lot of people that I know are busy right now. Let me see who might be available. All right, I'm feeling a lot better. But I got like an hour to this Christopher Hitchens thing. Let me see if somebody's on Discord that could help me out. All right, in the meanwhile, I'm gonna smoke. I think I got this going pretty good. All right, I'm getting in operator mode. Right, y'all could hear that I've lowered the threshold too much on this gate, because now you can hear the air conditioner again. Oh, it wasn't on. There it is. All right, -42 it comes out. See, it's out. And now I'm gonna roll it up to like -35. Check, 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 check. All right, it still maintains a natural feel, but it gives me a little bit of headroom to still gate out the fans and the background noise. Yeah, I think the mix is improving a lot, leaps and bounds. I'm just still getting used to all the controls. All right, let me go ahead and play some more music. Alright, I got 2 airplane modes playing.
I'm gonna slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gonna ride for my dogs.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win, now I'm got it.
Yeah, let's go. This is what I want to hear. This is what I want to smoke too. I gotta roll some weed up too. All right, let's see what's up with this bot. I don't see the bot.
In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least the dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping.
Man, I don't know where the bot is.
Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on a day.
Oh, I'm probably not on the right channels. Hang on. Nah, it says I'm streaming. Wow.
But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane and she the one
Yes.
I trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way.
All right.
Take some time out my day for
Some time out my day for you.
on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you.
All right, let me see what I gotta do. What I gotta do for this.
But I know I'm never tripping.
Oh,
Mary Jane is different.
the bot.
Yeah.
What's crazy is like, oh, I don't see the bot.
Oh, Guardian. Yeah.
That's so crazy. It's like everything that can possibly go wrong today has gone wrong. Like, I don't know how I get through days like this, honestly.
Nigga lost so many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly.
Okay. Alright, this one says it's off. Alright, let's turn it on.
Dog your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never Bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan T.O. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn,
Oh my word.
Yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
All right, let's go to the other one. I turned them off on this other one. All right, let me just close all this.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother, my brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother, he ran to the house. He died in Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, this some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man. And I'm talking about this is my big brother, nigga.
All right. Just make sure that's the only place that's open.
Ready for PayPaul?
It's like I'll just open shit later. Right now I just need to make sure everything is working. Unbelievable. Sometimes this shit be doing this shit to me too, like the fucking photos and shit. This thing won't stay open. Now look after the mode. Yeah, it's task. All right. Log out. Let's log back in. All right. Go to CloudBot. Off. All right, on. On. All right. Let's log out. All right, let's just log back in. All right, let's just I'm trying to also hear how much noise there is on my voice. It's not too bad when there's something going on. All right, so let's get something else going on. Wrong YouTube account. All right. Phone. All right, so here.
But like, which case should we be using when we're engaging with non-believers?
Yeah, see, this is the problem. What case, what arguments should we use when dealing with unbelievers? Lydia McGrew, what she does has almost nothing to do with unbelievers.
What should I do?
Cameron Bertuzzi from Capturing Christianity
back to the dashboard.
has almost nothing to do with unbelievers.
Cloud bot.
They're not convincing, at least very, very, very few people who have nothing to do with Christianity, wasn't raised in it. I get a lot of people who I can't even empathize with, who were born and raised in secular, atheistic type homes, and they have no idea what this is all. You, Cameron, Lydia, you really think anything?
There it is. There it is. All right.
Say it impacts these people? No. The strongest case for the resurrection.
All right,
is
cool.
not for
Let's switch over and get ready for. Oh, we're switched over.
who are doubting. Testify has an amputee group.
All right, let's
saw that, and
disconnect
I made a
this
comment, and
monitor.
I forget what my comment was, but there was like probably up to 40 replies to it already. And I think my comment was, Testify is a Lydia McGrew disciple. My comment to him was, God should, it'd be nice if he said ahead of time when the miracle is going to happen and then do the miracle. And when he does the miracle, it should be under tested conditions and something amazing that everyone can see with their own eyes. Like an amputee getting his limb back. And if you're the type of Christian that says, thou shalt not test your God, just know that you'll never convince most people who are not Christians. You're just done. And admit to yourself, you're just trying to make yourself feel more confident for what you believe by listening to all these Craig Keener type claims. Just admit that you're doubting and you need this extra help.
All right, let's create a post real quick. Let's also get signed into YouTube. I switched computers if you're wondering why I'm doing this again. No, I don't show my password. No, that's not the right thing. Yep, that's me trying to sign in, Google. It's me. Update password, sure. My guy. Okay.
Gonna see this later, tomorrow, never, whatever the fuck. Gang, we're still bootlegging this operation, and today's bootleg operation is being shot from my kitchen because why the fuck not? It's a bootleg show. Gang, we're gonna do the abortion thing again. Of course, this is so not a one and done fucking conversation. So before we even get into the meat of this one, buddy, let's put buddy down. First, hi buddy, bye buddy. Okay. Like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things. Gang, this again, more people need to become aware of what the fuck is.
All right, I want to change the audio setting so that I can actually put this. First off, I need to decide on an app that's going to be used for playing videos. If it's going to be Google Chrome, that just means I can't have other audio things playing through Chrome. I'm more or less okay with that. Although I'd rather have like a DuckDuckGo or Firefox or something. Yeah, let's do Firefox. I don't know, sometimes I just think of Firefox as being like the player app. Let's do that. Get over here, get into this Firefox. Then we'll go to audio settings. We'll go to system, sound, app and device preferences. Firefox will ask it to go to 5 and 6. No, 7 and 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8. 7 and 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8. All right. Should be good. All right, now it's coming out here. We need to route that to... Wait, it's weird because it's already routed. You muted or something? No. It's coming out 7 and 8. Oh, the level's not up. Duh.
So before we even get into the meat of this one, buddy, let's put buddy down. First, hi buddy, bye buddy. Okay. Like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things. Gang, this again, more people need to become aware of what the fuck. I'm going to keep coughing, gang. Fuck it. Here in a little bit, I'm going to get some more water. Now, this afternoon show, oh, you know Uncle Bobby's coming with something a little bit stronger because we're going to do a Blasphemy Sunday. Back on topic. Fuck me. What's the next one? You know Uncle Bobby means business when he makes notes, right? The other part of the pro-life bullshit, gang, it's all those who sit there and start talking about God and Jesus and the blase and the fucking flavonoids. Again, this is one of the possible negative outcomes when your worldview does not align with reality. Again, I acknowledge not all pro-lifers are Christians, but the ones with the biggest megaphones are. Again, you act as if you're using the Bible as your moral standard, and you're a fucking hypocrite. You only stick to the portions of that Bible that benefit you, right? Christians, go down those laundry lists of moral rules You've broken them all. And I know. Well, Robert, I'm a guilty sinner. That's why I need. Shut the fuck up. We don't make laws to make your life miserable because of the sins that you have committed. But we do that shit for gay people, for trans people, for people who want to get a fucking abortion. Please go fuck yourself, you hypocritical sack of shit.
All right, I'm going to change the sound design.
This is kind of a tie-in to the...
What I'm actually going to do is put him back on the computer audio, and then I'm going to... When I make my soundboard on this computer, I'm going to make the soundboard come out the aux. But I at least tested the aux, it works, and I can route it easily to the stream. So that was good. For now, since I don't have sounds here, I'll play him on this computer.
Fucking topic.
He's just loud as shit today.
I need some more water, but Buddy's asleep on my lap. Let's just keep it that way for a while. I've heard this, and I'm sure you guys have heard some shit like this.
Let's actually pull Christopher Hitchens.
You know, you mean to tell me, and man, let's just tie these two things in together. You mean to tell me, fuckface, that even in cases of incest and rape, you mean to tell me that not even that person can get an abortion? Do you mean to say that out loud? Are you fucking serious? Do you know what sometimes the response is?
Revelation.
Well, why punish the...
Another way in which religion betrays itself and attempts to escape mere reliance on faith and instead offer evidence in the sense normally understood is by the argument from Revelation. On certain very special occasions, it is asserted, the divine will was made known by direct contact with randomly selected human beings, who were supposedly vouchsafed unalterable laws that could then be passed on to those less favoured. There are some very obvious objections to be made to this. In the first place, several such disclosures have been claimed to occur, at different times and places, to hugely discrepant prophets or mediums. In some cases, most notably the Christian, one revelation is apparently not sufficient and needs to be reinforced by successive apparitions, with the promise of a further but ultimate one.
All right. That sounded pretty good to me. I first need to get Brave going. I guess it, yeah, let's enter the studio. Invite guest, copy this. I don't know if it's the same one as earlier or not, but let's go ahead and drop this in the Discord. Don't switch. Yeah, I don't want any messages. Matter of fact, the voice and video I would set to check. Actually, I kind of think it should be, the output device should be 5 and 6. And the input device should be also 5 and 6. And then if I wanted it, I should go here and say it's there. 5 and 6, 5 and 6, 5 and 6. I don't know if I'm routing 5 and 6 though. Here. Let's route this, and route that. And we would also route here. Yep, we'd route the guest. We'd also would route the USB, and we would route the aux, but not the restream. Nope, we would route the restream. Not back to restream, but the restream would go to 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. And then the call would go to 3 and 4, but not to 5 and 6, and then to 7 and 8. All right, let's save all this. Base, studio, save, we'll call it, save, we'll call it 6. The last one was 5. And the date is 6/26. So I'll put the 26th. All right, save. Just saving our setup in the mixer here. Then we'll load it. Great. Now, how do I want to do this? Oh, I need to see the routing, the outputs, the local out, the source should be the mains, and then we're going to the USBs, I guess. USB audio, yeah. So main 3 and 4, main 5 and 6. All right, so why aren't mains 3 and 4? Oh, maybe channels. They gotta be put to the channels. Channels here. The group. The local in. No, show us the mains. Main 2, main 3, 4. Select home. Routing. Check. Okay, I don't see that because to me it looks like I'm routing to main 1, main 2, main 3, main 4. I see it on main 1 and 2. Oh, main 3. Oh, they're down again. I keep not paying attention to the faders. All right, faders are down. Hold on. Faders are... Let's put these faders up. Let me see them. Also, I got to move this out of my way. It's really good. I'm figuring out where things need to be and where things can't be, which is probably more important. All right. Let me see. I want these faders at 0.0. Same thing at this one, 0.0. I should show you guys the desk cam so you can watch what I'm doing, but I'm in a zone right now. All right, so now I see it coming through. Testing. It looks like the signal is going in the Discord. Okay, test. And test. It should be coming out here. Test. That's perfect. That's what we want. That means if somebody was calling Discord, we would hear them out here, and we would send it to 1 and 2, which would send it to the speakers, right? Test. Yep. We would also send it to 3. 3 and 4 would send it to the back in the restream, right? Because everything comes out somewhere. So it goes in the USB and out. That is 1 and 2. 3 and 4 is for restream. 5 and 6 is for Discord. So don't send it out 5 and 6. 7 and 8 is for the auxiliary or something else, but it's going there because if we use that for the stream or recording or something, we would want that there. Okay. Great. Great. We should go in here and label these up real quick. This is, let's say, let's go into the monitor. This is going to, what's that going? 3/4 is going to restream. This is going to 3 and 4. No, 5 and 6 rather. Oh, Discord. All right, check. Mute that. Check. Not going to Discord anymore. Check. Muted. Not going to Discord anymore. All right, perfect. Discord. Matter of fact, let's name this call one Discord. Let's go back. Discord. All right. Boom. Monitor. Restream. Discord. Right now we'll just call this one aux. Yep, we'll call them both aux so they match. Perfect. Go to library. Let's save this again because we've made a bunch of changes. Save it again. Load it. All right, beautiful. All right, I think I know what's going on. We can stop the testing now. We got Discord is muted on both sides. Aux is muted. We don't need that. Restream is muted. I don't need that. USB is unmuted because we would be using that. Let me go ahead and make sure all my faders are at 0. They're definitely not. Just for the purposes of saving the setup. The aux is off. That's fine for now. Whoa, this one's, you guys are not at 0. Great. All right, they're all at 0. All at 0. All at 0. Great. Or negative infinity. Save it again. All right. I got 15 minutes. Let's see. Right now, I'm not going to worry about Discord. Matter of fact, we're going to close Discord, quit Discord rather. Then what are we going to do? We got this up here. We don't really need that. Let's take the... Oh, I remember why I needed Discord open now. I was going to drop that link. If anybody wants to call in, I can say the link is in Discord. Nano's late. All right. I'm about to drop the call-in link in the chat. I'm gonna drop it in. I should really drop it in stream chat, maybe. Yeah, because then it'd be reflected on the stream, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, didn't think about that. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Now there's the call-in link. It's in the Discord and it's on stream. All right, but I'm not live yet, so. Well, I am live, but I'm not live on Jay Bundy. We're going to go live on Jay Bundy at 10 o'clock to do the Christopher Hitchens thing. But if y'all want to call in, no name or anybody else, that's the link to do so. And yeah, this is the scene I'll use when somebody calls in. But if nobody calls in, I'll just be, yeah, I'll probably be over here with this other scene. I'll probably hide that and make sure PC1 is up, which PC1 is not up. Let's see what's going on. I'm deactivating the source real quick to refresh it, activating it again. Hopefully this works. Nope. Oh man, what's up with the cam link today? I did unplug it from the thing. I'm not even really worried about it. Here's what I'll do instead. I'll keep that up. And what I'll do instead is I'll keep the game up, and then I'll, let's see. I'll just put this over here. Doop. Doop. All right, very good. And then let's get some, got my videos. I'll play these videos.
Seems like these kids are just regurgitating.
Seems like these kids are just regurgitating Bible verses, and they don't even know what they're saying. All right, y'all. I only got like 10 minutes left. I'm going to take a commercial break for a little bit. I'm going to get my popcorn ready. I'm going to use the little boy's room. I'm going to get myself some alcohol. When I come back, we're going to get ready to go live on the Jay Bundy machine and do live audiobook commentary. If you didn't see Hot Program earlier where we interviewed Rebecca, definitely check it out. It was a good episode. The chat was crazy. Chat was going nuts. So hopefully we can do more of that in the future.
This is Bactine medicated skin cream. It is a new thing. It is a washing cream. You wash your face with it. It makes your face feel nice and fresh and clean, and nice and soft and smooth, and not dry and not greasy. And while it's at it, Bactine is also antiseptic. It cleans deep down to pores and makes your face feel safe from ugliness-causing germs and bacteria. Bactine does a lot of things that soap and cleansing creams just can't do. But it doesn't get rid of freckles either. The washing cream.
Alka-Seltzer invents a new disease, the blahs. The blahs is kind of like the blues, only physical. It's when you're down in the dumps and you don't know a cold is working on you. It's when you're not feeling right, but you don't know what's wrong. It might be a headache on its way, a stomach ache on its way. Oh, the blahs. Who needs them? You know, we wouldn't have invented a disease unless we had something to take for it. Alka-Seltzer. If Alka-Seltzer can take care of real big upsets, think of what it can do for a simple case of the blahs.
I'm going to show you a new antiseptic skin cleanser that works when it's on and keeps working for 12 hours after you wash it off. Bactine medicated skin cream. It's got the great Bactine germ killer in it, so it cleans your skin right down into the pores, right down to the germs and bacteria that can cause blemishes. After you wash it off, it leaves a soft, invisible film that protects your skin from more germs for 12 hours. Excuse me. Your skin will be antiseptically clean and protected from germs that can damage it for 12 hours. If you use Bactine medicated skin cream morning and night, it really pays off.
Get set.
That was a pretty good fight for a change. What was it? Blueberry tang?
Yeah, blueberry. First contest, kid? Follow me. This is Alka-Seltzer. Gets rid of that stuffy feeling. When you've been on the circuit as long as I have, you'll know. See you around, kid.
Next time you overeat, take what the guys who overeat for a living take. Alka-Seltzer.
Men, nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave. Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro Country.
You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer.
now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best-tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
If you want to know what's going on Wall Street, ask Shearson Hamill.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Oh,
Excuse me, Mrs. Schwartz. Could you tell us how you feel about oil heat?
oil heat? Oh, well, I think oil heat is wonderful. See, I'm showering in the school. What's for hot water? All I want, all I can use. And I know for a fact that only oil heat can give me so much, so fast, and it's so dependable. And I got my dishwasher going, my washer going. Still plenty of hot water. Whoops, I dropped myself. You know, everybody, all my friends wouldn't think of buying a house unless it was heated by oil. Oh, everybody thinks it's so dependable. Dependable hot water and dependable comfortable heating in every room in my house.
Mrs. Schwartz,
Yes?
you know you're on television?
Yes, I know.
Oil heat. You can depend on it.
You country cornflakes, you country cornflakes. Oh, they won't wilt when you pour on milk. Oh, they won't bunch when they are crunch. They're double toasted, double crisp and good. General Mills makes them just the way they should. You country cornflakes, you country cornflakes. From fields of corn, so majestically waving.
No matter what shape your stomach's in. No matter what shape your stomach's in, when it gets out of shape, take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer relieves the flutters, calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn,
relieves the stuffy feeling and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best. On any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy.
Regurgitating Bible verses. I want to know if you really understand what it is that you are preaching.
Take up a reading comprehension test.
You're not on mic.
Could you maybe give me a Bible verse, interpret it or something?
People want to know what that means you just said.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
I don't believe for 1 second that I am the only one smart enough to pick up the Bible and figure out that we're not supposed to mourn when homosexuals die.
One of these lives has a future, and one of them does not.
So what? So what?
So let's just do a quick check. Let's make sure that none of our Bibles have been tampered with.
I just take pleasure in their death. God has darkened their heart and blinded their eyes. Look, if God darkens your heart and blinds your eyes, you can't believe. You can't believe. Washing our feet in the blood of the wicked in the New Testament. I'm starting to just realize the uncomfortable truth. Who here really struggles hard to be a homo? I mean, it's really hard. And you know what? These people are going to be burning in hell for all eternity. The victory is theirs.
Y'all ready for some Christopher Hitchens?
They've already won. We've already lost. It's already been written. We've already read the last chapter. And we know
I don't love God.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history.
It literally just stopped in the middle of my introduction. It was just like, nah.
So,
up, we're back.
Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocketlocker Bundy! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go! I make them hot. I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around to see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Are y'all ready to go tonight? Woo! Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Guys, would you guys get a load of these tights with the stained glass, with the Virgin Mary on one side, with the baby Jesus, with the crucified Jesus on the other side of the stained glass, with actual stains on the stained. Oh my goodness! They can't even handle my tights! You can't even put my tights on! I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody. It is your boy Pocketlocker, aka the Rick Rude. Counter-Apologetics. I mean, can we just give it up for the tights? Woo, them tights are fire. Oh my goodness. Folks, the championship is in the house. Sam is in the house. The Refiner's Fire is in the house. The Marquis de Sade is in the house. Jewish Space Laser is in the house. Giant Ganja is in the house. And boy, oh boy, hang on a sec, folks. Woo, so many new toys, so little time. Something worthy of a dual PhD. Whoo! The one-hit wonder is officially in the house, folks. Folks, there's been so much going on this week. I don't even know where to start. Okay, first off, let me just get a little screen share going here. Let's see if we get a little screen share. You know, let me share some things with my people, because they're going to think I'm just talking shit, you know? They're going to think I'm just talking smack, you know? Folks, all right, so first off, let's take a good look at the old YouTube channel. We're going to be reaching out to my man, Gin and Truth. Got to get that guy on the channel. But first, let's go to our channel. Folks, this presentation right here, History and Habitat, Novelty, Shape, Trade-Offs, and Trade-Ups. Yes, we did this. We recorded this live. I presented it live to the Evolution 2022 conference, to 3 very prestigious evolutionary societies, and folks, it caused a ruckus. The people were talking, they were celebrating, they were going along to the music, they were inspired, and it's all because of what we did on this channel. You know what I'm saying? We recorded it live, we did the whole thing. Gotta thank you guys. We even had my man, YouTube Punk's graphics here at the end. Like, you gotta understand, scientists have never seen anything like this. The cult of the flying man has officially invaded evolutionary biology, and you ought to watch this video on the Jay Bundy YouTube channel so you can see it for yourself, folks. All right, also, we did Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. I needed to feel good, so what do? We did what we do when we need to feel good about ourselves, when you need to exercise a little self-care, when you got to take care of yourself, when you got to take care of number one, so to speak. We made fun of Jordan Peterson. I mean, what else would you do? What kind of question is that? Of course, we just made fun of Jordan Peterson. It was great. You should check it out. All right. Also, you know, we're live right now. But also today, folks, on that hot program, me and my MyOneBlack Friend, we did something we have been trying to do since we started this show. Since we very first started it, we were like, there's somebody we just have to have on our program, and we did it today, folks. That is right. We interviewed Rebecca. I don't know why this link is still there. Let's go actually get rid of that while we're here. Anyway, go check that out on Hot Program. I don't know what's going on with that video over there, but there it is for you guys. I'll get rid of some of the false alarms there. Let's do that real quick. Let's hop over to this YouTube studio, pop over to our content, pop over to live, no big deal. All we do, we take this one. We say, you just delete that forever. Yeah, I understand the blah, blah, blase, and the flavonoids. All right, let's get rid of this one, delete that forever. I totally understand I'm making a bad choice in my life right there. All right, folks, but this was a great choice. Go over on the Hot Program, check out this interview with Rebecca. It was fire. We got all up into her business, and you want to check that out. We actually had a great time. See, look, folks. We can be nice. Look, everybody's laughing. Everybody's laughing, having a good time, okay? We're all friends, all right? No stress, no worries, folks, all right? So go check that out. What else is there to tell you guys about? I mean, like, there's literally, like, so much. Like, literally, like, I wish that was it, but, like, that's definitely not it. What else is going on? I showed my advisor, I shared with my lab, I showed them the talk I made for the Evolution Conference, and my boss actually thanked me. He said it was inspiring. And so me and my friend Rodrigo, we were doing this thing this week. We had to do this little workshop for the diverse group of undergrads. It's called the Undergraduate Diversity at Evolution. And we were talking to all these young undergrads who are hopefully going to grow up to be evolutionary biologists. Again, we did the whole Cult of the Flying Man. I did the whole Purple Haze thing. They loved it. They were inspired. We are so official. Me and Rodrigo are going to start hosting another podcast together so we can get you guys more the inside scoop about what goes on in the science community and how we really feel about the things that we see on the internet. Now, look, folks, you might ask yourself, how can I do all this? It's because I'm taking over the internet and I am going to become the #1 most prominent reality streamer in the entire community. So I might be streaming some lab meetings. I'm trying to stream my class that I teach. I'm trying to give it all to you guys. Why? Because like I said, reality streaming is my thing. It's what I'm great at. I'm going to be starting a whole bunch of channels because I'm taking over the goddamn internet because it needs to happen. All right, now, so me and Rodrigo are going to do a podcast. I also think my dad's like a political expert and a cable television host for like 30 years. I think my dad's going to start making some content with me and also hopefully start playing Pinochle with me. What else is there? I'm going to have new emojis next week. We just got a whole boatload of custom emojis. They're super cool. So I'm going to be adding those. What else is there? We're getting like $8,000 worth of equipment into the lab that we're ordering through the National Science Foundation. Shout out to the National Science Foundation. And also I'm going to be getting a new computer. I mean, guys. I mean, look. If you would expect the show and me to be in the same place from one week to the next, you clearly have not gotten the tone of the agenda. I am about perpetual progress, folks, constant growth, and always elevating the game. Why? Because I'm the goddamn United States champion of word wrestling entertainment, and champions have championship responsibilities. Goddamn it, amen, hallelujah. And as such, I'm responsible for bringing you some Christopher Hitchens. So before we do that, we're going to go ahead, have our little communion time so that we can get straight on into that Christopher Hitchens. So let me go ahead and get this set up for you guys because we don't have time to waste in this community. We got to keep it moving. We got to keep the content flowing. All right? All right. Oh, yeah. Rewatched it. Oh, so Cameron, I appreciate that. When I get this going, I'm going to be dropping some currency on you good people. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into our communion ritual. If you've got a glass or some ass or some grass or whatever you got, put it on up in the air one time. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. Bloop. Wrong computer. Oh yeah. Now let's hit this OG Roddy. Folks, just for those of you that don't know, when you see me come through the chat and I drop that airplane mode, it's not a thing I made up, folks. It's my cousin's thing. It's OG Roddy. This is his new music. It's going to be our official theme song because you're going to hear the airplane mode, how official the airplane mode is in this music. Also, somebody's beeping, and I want to stop all the beeps. I don't know who's beeping. I thought it was the Discord. I closed the Discord. Maybe I didn't close the Discord on this one again. I didn't. There it is. Let's quit that sucker. All right, here we go, folks.
Airplane, ready for
You already know, no name.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing.
Nah.
I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started ballin' now. Chris Paul and Cats got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back, and that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started with this Christopher Hitchens, Chapter 7 of God is Not Great. I believe it's talking about the Old Testament. Here we go. Roll tape.
Chapter 7, Revelation, the nightmare of the Old Testament. Another way in which religion betrays itself and attempts to escape mere reliance on faith and instead offer evidence in the sense normally understood is by the argument from Revelation. On certain very special occasions, it is asserted, the divine will was made known by direct contact with randomly selected human beings, who were supposedly vouchsafed unalterable laws that could then be passed on to those less favoured. There are some very obvious objections to be made to this. In the first place, several such disclosures have been claimed to occur, at different times and places, to hugely discrepant prophets or mediums. In some cases, most notably the Christian, one revelation is apparently not sufficient and needs to be reinforced by successive apparitions, with the promise of a further but ultimate one to come. In other cases, the opposite difficulty occurs, and the divine instruction is delivered only once, and for the final time, to an obscure personage whose lightest word then becomes law. Since all of these revelations, many of them hopelessly inconsistent, cannot by definition be simultaneously true, it must follow that some of them are false and illusory. It could also follow that only one of them is authentic. But in the first place this seems dubious, and in the second place it appears to necessitate religious war, in order to decide whose revelation is the true one. A further difficulty is the apparent tendency of the Almighty to reveal himself only to unlettered and quasi-historical individuals, in regions of Middle Eastern wasteland that were long the home of idol worship and superstition, and in many instances already littered with existing prophecies. The
Stop the tape.
tendencies
That was a good
of
pause.
monotheism and the common ancestry of the
all right, there we go. Man, like, my teaching mentor has really impressed upon me this year that when you're in conversation with a religious person, you have to take their theology very seriously. And it's really a challenge to me because under sort of a theological framework, anything is possible. And I do think that it's true that a lot of Christians, to speak to YouTube Punk's point, are dismissive of the Old Testament. But for me, if any of them take the Jesus narrative seriously, it's all rooted in the Old Testament. You know, it's all rooted in the creative power of God, the redemptive power of God, the redemptive story, and all of that is laid out in the Old Testament. So I suggest that I think it's smart too if a person does that, let them kind of go there, ask them what they really mean by that. Get them to tell you what they think it's about. I think more than likely they'll jump to Jesus and his sacrifice and salvation and wherever they go, whatever makes them feel good. And then sort of start to probe as to where all that comes from or why we would need all that in the first place and where you find out about the need for this. And I think it's pretty hard to get away from the Old Testament. Roll the tape.
Tales mean in effect that a rebuttal to one is a rebuttal to all. Horribly and hatefully though they may have fought with one another, the three monotheisms claim to share a descent at least from the Pentateuch of Moses, and the Quran certifies Jews as people of the book, Jesus as a prophet, and a virgin as his mother. Interestingly, the Quran does not blame the Jews for the murder of Jesus, as one book of the Christian New Testament does, but this is only because it makes the bizarre claim that someone else was crucified by the Jews in his place. The foundation story of all three faiths concerns the purported meeting between Moses and God at the summit of Mount Sinai. This in turn led to the handing down of the Decalogue, or Ten Commandments. The tale is told in the second book of Moses, known as the Book of Exodus.
Yeah, YouTube Punk, I think a ball and chain is a good way to put it.
Most attention has been concentrated on chapter 20 itself, where the actual commandments are given. It should not perhaps be necessary to summarize and expose these, but the effort is actually worthwhile. In the first place, I'm using the King James or Authorized Version, one among many rival texts, laboriously translated by mortals either from Hebrew or Greek or Latin. The so-called commandments do not appear as a neat list of 10 orders and prohibitions. The first three are all variations of the same one, in which God insists on his own primacy and exclusivity, forbids the making of graven images, and prohibits the taking of his own name in vain. This prolonged throat-clearing is accompanied by some including a dire warning that the sins of the fathers will be visited on their children, even unto the third and fourth generation. This negates the moral and reason.
I'm sure he's about to go there, but I just find now so many of these narratives so obviously immoral that it's almost stunning to me that adults really still believe this stuff. Sometimes I think it's more of a political affiliation that they're just committed to going to the grave with. Almost they're dedicated to not thinking about it. But I really do wonder, and I know a lot of us are former believers, but at the same time, for whatever reason, we found our way out of it. And I almost wonder if that's part of maturing in a certain way, and if there's a certain way in which, I hate to say it, but a lot of people just don't ever mature in that way. And so they stay almost in a more childlike state. I know that sounds insulting, but fuck it. I wish I gave a shit.
Reasonable idea that children are innocent of their parents' offences. The fourth commandment insists on the observance of a holy Sabbath day and forbids all believers and their slaves and domestic servants to perform any work in the course of it. It is added that, as was said in the book of Genesis, God made all the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh, leaving room for speculation as to what he did on the eighth day. The dictation then becomes more terse. Honour thy father and thy mother, this not for its own sake, but in order that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Only then come the four famous shalt nots, which flatly prohibit killing, adultery, theft, and false witness. Finally, there is a ban on covetousness, forbidding the desire for thy neighbour's house, manservant, maidservant, ox, ass, wife, and other chattel. It would be harder to find an easier proof that religion is man-made. There is first the monarchical growling about respect and fear, accompanied by a stern reminder of omnipotence and limitless revenge.
Cameron, what's SDA?
Of the sort with which a Babylonian or Assyrian emperor might have ordered the scribes to begin a proclamation. There is then a sharp reminder to keep working and only to relax when the absolutist says so. A few crisp legalistic reminders follow, one of which is commonly misrendered because the original Hebrew actually says, thou shalt do
Stop
no
the tape. All right, so I think that for me, I think there's really something to what we're talking about here with Nano's comment. A lot of people like being followers. They like being told what to do. Oh, Cameron says Seventh-day Adventist. Got you. So I refer to that now as wanting to play the game on easy mode. It's like this, you know, it's just a lot easier to just, you know, turn over the responsibility to God, and you don't really have to wrestle with the deeper questions, and, you know, you don't have to really appreciate all of the sort of helplessness and the mystery that sometimes people really feel. It's just like, yeah, you know, it's a neediness, I guess, that we talk about it as. I think that it makes a lot of sense to me, but I find it, I don't know, like very unappealing. Like it's kind of not interesting. It's like boring and kind of mundane. Like, oh yeah, right. And then God did it, and then, you know, in the end, God's gonna do it, and it's all gonna be to God's glory and the way God wanted it. Like, yeah, okay, got it. Roll tape.
But however little one thinks of the Jewish tradition, it is surely insulting to the people of Moses to imagine that they had come this far under the impression that murder, adultery, theft, and perjury were permissible. The same unanswerable point can be made in a different way about the alleged later preachings of Jesus. When he tells the story of the Good Samaritan on that Jericho road, he is speaking of a man who acted in a humane and generous manner, without, obviously, ever having heard of Christianity, let alone having followed the pitiless teachings of the God of Moses, who never mentions human solidarity and compassion at all. No society ever discovered has failed to protect itself from self-evident crimes like those supposedly stipulated at Mount Sinai. Finally, instead of the condemnation of evil actions, there is an oddly phrased condemnation of impure thoughts. One can tell that this too is a man-made product of the alleged time and place, because it throws in wife, along with the other property, animal, human, and material of the neighbour. More important, it demands the impossible, a recurrent problem with all religious edicts. One may be forcibly restrained from wicked actions or barred from committing them, but to forbid people from contemplating them is too much. In particular, it is absurd to hope to banish envy of other people's possessions or fortunes, if only because the spirit of envy can lead to emulation and ambition and have positive consequences. It seems improbable that the American fundamentalists, who desire to see the Ten Commandments emblazoned in every schoolroom and courtroom, almost like a graven image, are so hostile to the spirit of capitalism. If God really wanted people to be free of such thoughts, he should have taken more care to invent a different species. Then there is the very salient question of what the commandments do not say. Is it too modern to notice that there is nothing about the protection of children from cruelty, nothing about rape?
Stop the tape. I think that this is something, before he rolls through into the sort of what it leaves out. The thought crime thing is, again, huge. Like, even for me, like, the shame around just something as simple as, like, masturbating, right? Like, the shame around, you know, touching yourself and splooging all over your own fucking stomach or whatever, or your towel or whatever you go with. You should be splooging into a t-shirt, but we could have that conversation some other time. You know, like, how ridiculous is that, to feel shamed for touching your own body in the privacy of your own home? Or, you know, fantasizing about someone you're not married to, right? Like, you know, it's really quite a lot. And I think one of the things that bothers me about our culture, especially in the United States, is that we don't really seriously come at them like, no, like, listen, that shit is fucking nuts. This shit is crazy. And y'all got to stop with this Jesus cult weirdo shit, because it's not okay to, like, I don't know, it's not okay to, like, build a moral system that's clearly based on immorality. Like, the irony of the audacity to tell other people how to live, and then build a whole system which in and of itself is immoral, because it's just shaming people for being human. It takes everything about human nature and it's like, oh, that's a sin. Yeah, it's wrong to do that. Like, literally, like, it's just ridiculous. Rotate.
Nothing about slavery and nothing about genocide. Or is it too exactingly in context to notice that some of these very offences are about to be positively recommended? In verse 2 of the immediately following chapter, God tells Moses to instruct his followers about the conditions under which they may buy or sell slaves, or bore their ears through with an awl, and the rules governing the sale of their daughters. This is succeeded by the insanely detailed regulations governing oxes that gore and are gored, and including the notorious verses forfeiting life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Micromanagement of agricultural disputes breaks off for a moment with the abrupt verse 22:18, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." This was for centuries the warrant for the Christian torture and burning of women who did not conform. Occasionally there are injunctions that are moral, and also, at least in the lovely King James Version, memorably phrased. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil" was taught to Bertrand Russell by his grandmother, and stayed with the old heretic all his life. However, one mutters a few sympathetic words for the forgotten and obliterated Hivites, Canaanites, and Hittites, also presumably part of the Lord's original creation, who are to be pitilessly driven out of their homes to make room for the ungrateful and mutinous children of Israel. This supposed covenant is the basis for a 19th century irredentist claim to Palestine that has brought us endless trouble up to the present day. 74 of the elders, including Moses and Aaron, then meet God face to face. Several whole chapters are given over to the minutest stipulations about the lavish, immense ceremonies of sacrifice and propitiation that the Lord expects of his newly adopted people. But this all ends in... It goes without saying that none of the gruesome, disordered events described in Exodus ever took place. Israeli archaeologists are among the most professional in the world, even if their scholarship has sometimes been inflected with a wish to prove that the covenant between God and Moses was founded on some basis in fact. No group of diggers and scholars has ever worked harder, or with greater expectations, than the Israelis who sifted through the sands of Sinai and Canaan. The first of them was Yigal Yadin, whose best-known work was at Masada, and who had been charged by David Ben-Gurion to dig up the title deeds that would prove the Israeli claim to the Holy Land. Until a short time ago, his evidently politicized efforts were allowed a certain superficial plausibility. But then much more extensive and objective work was undertaken, presented most notably by Israel Finkelstein of the Institute of Archaeology at Tel Aviv University and his colleague Neil Asher Silberman. These men regard the Hebrew Bible, or Pentateuch, as beautiful, and the story of modern Israel as an all-round inspiration, in which respects I humbly beg to differ. But their conclusion is final, and the more creditable for asserting evidence over self-interest. There was no flight from Egypt, no wandering in the desert, let alone for the incredible 4-decade length of time mentioned in the Pentateuch, and no dramatic conquest of the Promised Land. It was all, quite simply and very ineptly, made up at a much later date. No Egyptian chronicle mentions this episode either, even in passing, and Egypt was the garrison power in Canaan, as well as the Nilotic region, at all the material times. Indeed, much of the evidence is the other way. Archaeology does confirm the presence of Jewish communities in Palestine from many thousands of years ago. This can be deduced, among other things, from the absence of those pig bones in the middens and dumps. And it does show that there was a kingdom of David, albeit rather a modest one. But all the Mosaic myths can be safely and easily discarded. I do not think that this is what the sour critics of faith sometimes call a reductionist conclusion. There is great pleasure to be had from the study of archaeology and of ancient texts, and great instruction too, and it brings us ever nearer to some approximation of the truth. On the other hand, it also raises the question of anti-theism once more. In The Future of an Illusion, Freud made the obvious point that religion suffered from one incurable deficiency. It was too clearly derived from our own desire to escape from, or survive, death. This critique of wish-thinking is strong and unanswerable, but it does not really deal with the horrors and cruelties and madnesses of the Old Testament, who, except for an ancient priest seeking to exert power by the tried and tested means of fear, could possibly wish that this hopelessly knotted skein of fable had any veracity. Well, the Christians had been at work on the same wishful attempt at proof long before the Zionist school of archaeology began to turn a spade. St. Paul's epistle to the Galatians had transmitted God's promise to the Jewish patriarchs, as an unbroken patrimony, to the Christians, and in the 19th and early 20th centuries you could hardly throw an orange peel in the Holy Land without hitting a fervent excavator. General Gordon, the biblical fanatic later slain by the Mahdi at Khartoum, was very much to the fore. William Albright of Baltimore was continually vindicating Joshua's Jericho and other myths. Some of these diggers, even given the primitive techniques of the period, counted as serious rather than merely opportunistic. Morally serious, too. The French Dominican archaeologist Roland de Vaux gave a hostage to fortune by saying that if the historical faith of Israel is not founded in history, such faith is erroneous, and therefore our faith is also. A most admirable and honest point.
Yeah, I feel like for some reason, I don't know, it feels like the Hebrew faith, I don't know, gets criticized differently, right? Like lately, a couple things that have been really striking me is one, I feel a lot differently about regimes, like political regimes or kingdoms or whatever, that try to suppress the spread of religions, right? Like when I was religious and they tell you the stories about, oh, you know, this king or this person or that person was suspicious of the Christians and they tried to stop the spread of Christianity. I always felt like the Christians were the brave ones and the heroes. And now I'm like, man, it was pretty brave of them to like be like, oh, this religion thing or this particular religion is kind of problematic and we should do something about it. Now, so I just see it a lot differently. Yeah. And also with the Jewish faith, like I just feel so uncomfortable with the idea of people calling themselves like the chosen people and me having to like show some kind of deference to that. That really bothers me. Roll tape.
On which the good father may now be taken up. Long before modern inquiry and painstaking translation and excavation had helped enlighten us, it was well within the compass of a thinking person to see that the revelation at Sinai and the rest of the Pentateuch was an ill-carpentered fiction, bolted into place well after the non-events that it fails to describe convincingly or even plausibly. Intelligent schoolchildren have been upsetting their teachers with innocent but unanswerable questions ever since Bible study was instituted. The self-taught Thomas Paine has never been refuted since he wrote, while suffering dire persecution by French Jacobin anti-religionists, to show that these books are spurious, and that Moses is not the author of them, and still further, that they were not written in the time of Moses, nor till several hundred years afterwards, that they are an attempted history of the life of Moses and of the times in which he is said to have lived, and also of the times prior thereto, written by some very ignorant and stupid pretenders several hundred years after the death of Moses, as men now write histories of things that happened, or are supposed to have happened, several hundred or several thousand years ago. In the first place, the middle books of the Pentateuch, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, Genesis contains no mention of him, allude to Moses in the third person, as in the Lord spake unto Moses. It could be argued that he preferred to speak of himself in the third person, though this habit is now well associated with megalomania. But this would make laughable such sight.
In my family, there are generations of men named Moses. Like my uncle was named Moses. That was one thing I was going to say earlier, was that it's interesting to hear my cousin talk about his dad in his raps, because I remember when his father passed, and that was like one of the biggest deals in my family. But yeah, I have my other uncle, his brother, who also has passed since, his name Moses, and like my grandfather's name is Moses, and his father's name, so my great grandfather's name is Moses, and there might be like a Moses or two earlier than that I'm not like as familiar with. But I think that the reality, if that set in, that Moses is not a historical figure, I think that would really be devastating to them. Roll tape.
Quotations as Numbers 12:3, in which we read, Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were on the face of the earth. Apart from the absurdity of claiming to be meek in such a way as to assert superiority and meekness over all others.
Man, YouTube punk, I must admit that I probably missed that one, because I think that's one I definitely would have asked. No, I don't mind the detour. I mean, this is it's a live stream. I want you guys to ask questions about whatever's on your mind. But my personal opinion of her is that she doesn't want to know. So I would love the opportunity to ask her to see what she said about it. I did my best. I scrolled through the chat a couple times trying to get most of the questions, but I know I still missed a bunch of them. And that was one of the things I had to admit, that it felt like she was actually much better at than me. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, that was the first time our chat was that busy. So I'll have to try to get used to that or figure out what to do. Also, I think there's a slow mode you can turn on, although I'm not sure if I'd want to do that. So we'll see. We'll get it down. But man, I'll definitely try to ask that question to her in the future. Because I actually, to be honest, I think I've been struggling to find those words, like to find the way to ask people that question, right? Like I've come up with other questions that I thought were really good, but I think if it's true God doesn't exist, would you want to know is kind of like so direct and on the nose with it. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's a great question.
We have to remember the commandingly authoritarian and bloody manner in which Moses is described in almost every other chapter as having behaved. This gives us a choice between raving solipsism and the falsest of modesty. But perhaps Moses himself can be acquitted on these two charges, since he could hardly have managed the contortions of Deuteronomy. In this book, there is an introduction of the subject, then an introduction of Moses himself in mid-speech, then a resumption of narrative by whoever is writing, then another speech by Moses, and then an account of the death, burial, and magnificence of Moses himself. It is to be presumed that the account of the funeral was not written by the man whose funeral it was, though this problem does not seem to have occurred to whoever fabricated the text.
Seriously.
That whoever wrote the account was writing many years later seems to be very clear. We are told that Moses reached the age of 110 with his eye not dim, nor his natural force abated, and then ascended to the summit of Mount Nebo, from which he could obtain a clear view of the Promised Land that he would never actually enter. The prophet, his natural force all of a sudden abated, then dies in the land of Moab and is interred there. No one knows, says the author, unto this day, where the sepulchre of Moses lies. It is added that there has since been no comparable prophet in Israel. These two expressions have no effect if they do not denote the passage of a considerable time. We are then expected to believe that an unspecified he buried Moses. If this was Moses himself in the third person again, it seems distinctly implausible, and if it was God himself who performed the obsequy, then there is no way for the writer of Deuteronomy to have known it. Indeed, the author seems very unclear about all the details of this event, as would be expected if he was reconstructing something half forgotten. The same is self-evidently true of innumerable other anachronisms, where Moses speaks of events, the consumption of manna in Canaan, the capture of the huge bedstead of the giant Og, king of Bashan, which may never have occurred at all, but which are not even claimed to have occurred until well after his death. The strong likelihood that this interpretation is the correct one is reinforced in Deuteronomy's 4th and 5th chapters, where Moses assembles his followers and gives them the Lord's commandments all over again. This is not such a surprise. The Pentateuch contains two discrepant accounts of the creation, two different genealogies of the seed of Adam, and two narratives of the flood. One of these chapters has Moses talking about himself at great length, and the other has him in reported speech. In the 4th chapter, the commandment against making graven images is extended to prohibiting any similitude or likeness of any figure, whether human or animal, for any purpose. In the 5th chapter, the contents of the two stone tablets are repeated, roughly in the same form as in Exodus, but with a significant difference.
Yeah, I'm so glad everybody's here. It's real dope.
Because God made heaven and earth in 6 days and then rested on the 7th.
Stop the tape. And it's just nice to be actually paying attention to some atheist voices. Roll tape.
Suddenly the Sabbath is holy because God brought his people out of the land of Egypt. Then we must come to those things which probably did not happen and which we must be glad did not. In Deuteronomy, Moses gives orders for parents to have their children stoned to death for indiscipline, which seems to violate at least one of the commandments, and continually makes demented pronouncements. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. In Numbers, he addresses his generals after a battle, and rages at them for sparing so many civilians. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. But all the women children that hath not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. This is certainly not the worst of the genocidal incitements that occur in the Old Testament. Israeli rabbis solemnly debate to this very day whether the demand to exterminate the Amalekites is a coded commandment to do away with the Palestinians. but it has an element of lasciviousness that makes it slightly too obvious what the rewards of a freebooting soldier could be. At least so I think, and so thought Thomas Paine, who wrote not to disprove religion, but rather to vindicate deism against what he considered to be foul accretions in the holy books. He said that this was an order to butcher the boys, to massacre the mothers, and debauch the daughters, which drew him a hurt reply from one of the celebrated divines of the day, the Bishop of Llandaff. The stout Welsh bishop indignantly claimed that it was not at all clear from the context that the young females were being preserved for immoral purposes, rather than for unpaid labour. Against dumb innocence like this, it might be heartless to object, even if it were not for the venerable clergyman's sublime indifference to the fate of the boy children, and indeed their mothers. One could go through the Old Testament book by book, here pausing to notice a lapidary phrase, "Man is born to trouble," as the book of Job says, "as the sparks fly upward." And there a fine verse, but always encountering the same difficulties. People attain impossible ages and yet conceive children. Mediocre individuals engage in single combat or one-on-one argument with God or his emissaries, raising afresh the whole question of divine omnipotence or even divine common sense. And the ground is forever soaked with the blood of the innocent. Moreover, the context is oppressively confined and local. None of these provincials, or their deity, seems to have any idea of a world beyond the desert, the flocks and herds, and the imperatives of nomadic subsistence. This is forgivable on the part of the provincial yokels, obviously, but then what of their supreme guide and wrathful tyrant? Perhaps he was made in their image, even if not graven.
From KQED Public Radio in San Francisco, I'm Michael Krasny. Good morning and welcome to this morning's forum. Christopher Hitchens, trailblazing journalist, contrarian, and self-proclaimed
All right, y'all, we made it through that. I was trying to find my other... I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know if I'm too stoned or what. But I either can't find the... I don't know what happened to this microphone, but all of a sudden it's like not responding. So there's that. There's that. Oh my goodness. What did I do wrong? It was like responding earlier. I was just working. All right, whatevs. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the. Well, I guess first I should. I don't know. It's really weird. I'm not gonna do the end of show thing because I don't have my handheld mic working. I'll figure that out. Sorry about that. Please go ahead and check out. Yeah, I'm smitten with One Hit Wonder, but the issue is I'm really frustrated. I don't know. I've been dealing with sound stuff all day, and I don't know. I'm just super frustrated right now. I've been checking everything and working through everything all day, and you guys were here. I did the intro with this mic. It worked fine. I don't know, something happened, and apparently now it's not gonna pass signal. So whatever, I'll deal with it. Been dealing with sound issues all day. Why not deal with another one? All right, thank you guys so much. The after party is live on Pocketlocker86 on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. I want to thank everybody that came through the chat. Let's see. We got Nano and No Name and Cameron. And let's see, we got YouTube Punk. I think that I'm probably missing a couple people. I appreciate all you guys. I know there was a couple newer people. I'm just not seeing their names because oh, Randy. Yeah, Randy came through earlier. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you want to stay with me, just head over to Pocketlocker86. I'll probably be doing some gaming and some relaxing. I'll actually know what I'll probably do. I'll probably fire up my desk cam, and I'll troubleshoot this microphone issue, and then I'll do some gaming. I want to update the bot. I got a lot of stuff to do, so I'll just be in the studio working and gaming probably till I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 or something like that. So we'll see. Thank you guys so much for watching this. I really, really appreciate it. I need to go over here now and update the thing. All right. So again, I'm live on Pocketlocker86, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. For those of you that are on Jay Bundy, I'm going to sign off the Jay Bundy machine in the name of Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you, and we'll see you next time. Poof. All right, so I just ended the show on Jay Bundy. So, yep, it just ended. I just saw it on my monitor. Okay, I'm going to switch back over to Pocketlocker86 on Twitch because that's... guys, honestly, to be honest with you, the stream is a lot faster and smoother on Twitch. So if you do have Twitch Prime or that's easy for you to watch, I do recommend watching the show, the Pocketlocker86, especially the long ones on Twitch. That's what I tend to do to monitor the stream. I'm going to go ahead and also change the titles here to Afterparty. And I do what I want to. All right. Please like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Next. All right, so I'm changing over the titles to Afterparty, 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 Afterparty. Cool, that's all good. Great, great, great. After the party is the after party. All right, y'all, let me take a quick little bathroom break. I'm going to hit y'all with a commercial. I'm going to come back, do a countdown, and then we're going to start the after party. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for sticking with me. There's so many things going on, so much good news, so many things to celebrate. I'm honestly overwhelmed with all of the great things that have been going on this week. I know it's only going to get better. So, hey, we're just going to stick with it. We're going to be consistent. I'm an audio engineer, so tech issues are what they are. They happen. Eventually, like I said, we'll get new gear. Eventually, I'll replace those mics because they've done this to me a couple times. But I'll troubleshoot it. I'll figure out what it is. We'll get it going. I think it's probably just something where I needed to probably long press it so that it probably reconnected to the receiver. But sometimes I don't know. I probably just got a little frustrated. All right, I'll be right back. I'm actually going to swap Yoo-Hoos because these Yoo-Hoos are not cold and I want a cold one. And yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much.
In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Yeah, let's handle some post-stream business. There's plenty to do. Actually, so what's going on with the Discord is, yeah, our Discord got bombed. It got to be a bit much. So what I wanted to do was get a bot added to it so that the bot can help us with permissions and stuff. But I will invite you guys. Also, No Name, I think I sent you a Discord invite too. Let me know if you got it. But yeah, I can look at Discord. I'm trying to think. Let me stay over here on this computer for a little bit and work over here while I'm on the production machine. Yeah, I think I want to get going on this machine. So I'll stay like I was when I was streaming. Let me put something else up here. We don't need the restream right now. If somebody wants to call in, let me know, and I'll fire back up the restream. But I think for now, I'm good on restream. I think I'm actually even going to close it because nobody called in. Yeah, but it said the link was expired. Okay. Let me send you one now while I'm thinking of it. And I'll also copy my information into the chat for Jim Cummins or whoever that was. Also, is anybody in the chat willing to call in? Because if somebody was willing to call in and help me test some things with my new computer, that'd be really helpful. You know, we don't have to talk about much. You know, I kind of just want somebody to chit chat. All right, let me see what's going on over here with the Discord. Let's all right, first here's my information. Jim Cummins. Oh wait, let me do it on the other machine because I forgot I'm streaming from the other machine. Let me copy it from over there. Discord. I've started using Discord as a way to transfer information to myself back and forth between computers. I made myself a private little Discord channel in the server. All right, here's my info copy. Jim Cummins, go ahead, send me a friend request on Discord. When I get your friend request, I'll accept it. Then I'll invite you to the server. I need to invite No Name to the server. Invite people, No Name. Let's also invite him, Harley, Lucid, Titan. I thought these people are already in. No. All right. Pending. Jim the Dev. Yep, let's take that. Let's go back over here. Invite people. Jim. Boom. All right, so you're on the short list. While we're doing that, let's put on this music. I'm gonna go figure out the Discord bot. Let me change screens. I'll change which screen you guys are looking at in 1 second. Yeah, let's have you guys look at oh, is the PC screen not working? Let me see. Yeah, it's looking like, oh yeah, because the cam link is acting up. All right, no worries. I don't even care. We'll do this. That's fine.
We'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list.
Cameron, you said you're late. You're good. Jim Cummins said you'll call in. All right, hang on a sec. Let me drop the link on you. If you're calling in, you're calling in to help me troubleshoot. So you gotta be patient with me. Let me see. Oh yeah, I gotta fire up Restream again. All right, let's do Brave. There we are, Restream Studio. Enter the studio. Invite guest. Copy the link. All right, now I'm gonna drop it in Discord. All right, I'm gonna drop it into. I drop it in Stream Chat. When I drop it in Stream Chat, it mirrors it because that bot is pretty dope. It mirrors it right there into the thing. So now you can use that hopefully to call in if this works. Meanwhile, let me put on that song.
Yeah. Well.
Also, I guess I kind of could start messing with okay, we'll start messing with a lot of things.
Gotta stay out the way.
This mixer gets crazy loud, y'all. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's really meant for like mixing live bands and studio work and shit. All right, what am I doing up here? I forgot what this app is called that I use. Here, BitFocus, launched GUI. That's what I gotta do. Here we go.
She got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all these songs, ain't nobody gonna play them. Now a couple months, I don't drop a tape, niggas be like, we waiting. You cannot find me around.
Yeah, I think actually what I'm gonna do for this is I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna use this when I use it for like production software, but then otherwise I'm not gonna use this. Well, if y'all don't know what I'm doing, I'm programming my Stream Deck. I want to close this companion. Houston, we have a problem. Yep, you did, because I closed it. Instead, I'm going to use the actual Stream Deck app. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the soundboard on this other computer because it's a lot bigger. The Stream Deck on my other computer is the smaller Stream Deck. I'm going to set up the bigger Stream Deck. I'll have a lot more sounds at my disposal, and then I'll be able to have them separate. I'll have one dedicated to sounds, one dedicated to control. I can get a little busier. Better Nate than Lever. I want to get Nate on a Hot Program too. I think Hot Program is going to start to really have some good guests. Danny, I want to have Danny on it. That's one of the good guests. And then I'll figure out who's really up late that could come on to Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. I think maybe Nate could do it because I think he's in the UK or something, so he's in a different enough time zone. He could probably swing it. All right, let's see if Jim Cummins. Oh, Jim is here. Okay, cool. Jim's here. Hang on a sec. Hey Jim, hang on a sec. Let me see if I can get this. All right, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear him. Hang on a second. All right, try it again. Nope, still can't hear him. Still can't hear him. All right, hang on. It's not you. I'm sure it's on my end. All right, let's see. Audio. Oh yeah, I see. The audio output is different. There, boom, 3, 4. All right, try it again.
Hey Jay.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now, loud and clear. Okay.
Nice.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So, thanks so much for doing this.
Yeah.
Let me try ask you a couple questions. So first, do you hear an echo or anything when you talk? Like, how's it sound on your end?
No, I don't. I guess when I joined the stream, like when, say, Doug has a stream or something like that, I had a different tab open with YouTube. So I had to, pause that. Yeah. And there's a delay. If you keep it open, there's going to be a delay between
Right.
But I don't hear anything now.
Now everything sounds pretty good on your end?
Yeah, and my audio, to be clear, my audio is probably garbage for you.
No, it sounds really nice, actually.
Okay, well, I'm just using built-in, so
yeah, it's better. It's better than a lot of what I get.
Okay, I did turn my fan off because I have a fan sometimes running.
I got the air conditioner going, but I have like a gate on my microphone. But yeah, I should actually do that. Like especially when I do shows, I should probably get in the habit of turning the air conditioner on. But I'm not, because it's like, I think you got to be comfortable first. You're not going to be having a good time if you're not comfortable. And
Yeah, for
you
sure.
know, it's all right.
Does
Yeah,
it get hot in there with 2 computers running and everything?
it does. It does get hot in here, and the hair, and sometimes the robe and all this stuff. Yeah, it could be a bit much. But for the most part, the air conditioner keeps it really nice. But I really needed to get a gate on it. Do you know what a gate does in audio? Like it basically says if the level isn't this loud, then it can't pass through. It's almost like, you know, that thing at the theme park that says if you're not this tall, you can't get on this ride.
Yeah.
That's what a gate does for the signal. So look, I'll turn it off for a second.
Okay.
Do you hear you could hear more background noise.
I only hear it when you speak, so I don't know if maybe there's something in Restream or one of the software.
For some reason,
packages.
right now, it's not that. There we go.
There, that's it.
Yeah.
I noticed that. And there, I actually do hear a little bit of feedback. Like I can hear myself, right?
Yeah, because I cranked
on,
it up. Yeah. But I turned it back down. But yeah, so it helps to have that kind of processing to clean it up. All right, I want to test a couple other things while I have you here. Let's see. Can you hear the music?
Yeah.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. But no weird artifacts or anything?
No. I mean, you know, when like what happens, right, is with the gate, like when you speak, then I'm going to hear a little bit more background with your voice.
Right.
But I think it's just the air conditioner, I think.
Yeah.
So it's like it goes away, it tapers off, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's because it opens it up and to when I speak. Yep, that's exactly what happens, and then you hear it while I'm talking.
Yeah, but otherwise, no, it's quiet.
Yeah, great. Thanks. That's super helpful. And then I guess the only other thing is I'll check out the soundboard a little bit later on. All right, but while I got you here, where are you at in this whole atheism, Christianity stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would just say like I'm mostly just curious, and I for me it's like entertaining, right? To kind of go through and hear the back and forth and like people's ideas. But I don't feel like I have like a whole lot to say, right? And I think that's like the challenge is for someone like me is like if you don't have like a lot to say about some of this stuff because you're busy doing other stuff or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
It's mostly just like, okay, like because I have kids, right? So I'll like put it on while I'm doing other stuff. And so for me, like it is entertaining.
Sure.
Mostly because I think intellectually, just like hearing the arguments, but not even the arguments, just like also just people's stories. I find interesting, you know, what brings people to be interested in this stuff is interesting.
What do you teach the kids about these things?
Oh, that's a good question. I try to expose them to a lot of different ideas, but not in like truth terms, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Just kind of more from a maybe like cultural or historic kind of like this is kind of what these groups of people believe. This is what these kinds of people believe. And then there's like what I believe, and if they ask me what I believe, then I'm going to tell them what I believe.
What do you
why.
believe?
I guess I'm depending on who I'm talking to, right?
Sure.
Like agnostic, or I'm going to be an atheist, right?
Okay.
And it's funny because my background is such that I have a grandpa who's a philosopher, right?
Wow.
Philosophy professor, and so you know, he's actually sick right now, which is
I'm sorry to hear that.
Which is too bad. Yeah, I mean he's recovering, but it's like it's so wild because, and I think this is something anyone can go through is like whenever there's someone who's sick in your life that is like a kind of intellectual giant to you or was as a kid.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They have this mind, and then like as they age or as they get sick and then come out of that, like they're in varying states of being able to like engage just on the basic level, let alone like the intellectual level that you maybe have seen them at. And I think So that's kind of an interesting thing that we've been kind of dealing with right now. But then on the other hand, I have a great grandfather who was a pastor, right?
Oh wow,
So like
yeah.
trying to like reconcile these worlds is like I don't know. Maybe that's why it's all interesting to me, is because I can kind of put a foot in each.
Does your family
camp.
know that you're agnostic? Is there anybody that has a hard time with that?
No, I'm really lucky. I grew up in a family. I would say there's probably one or two people that would be, if we had like direct conversations where I really challenged their beliefs on a regular basis. But our family is such that we're like spread out. So like,
Sure.
I'm not seeing them on a regular basis to do that kind of thing. My mom had like she was, I think, taken aback when I told her that I was an atheist, or was at least agnostic, right? Whereas my dad, he's always been agnostic, so I didn't think he was like, oh yeah, okay, cool. So me too.
Yeah.
It was like mom would take me to church, and dad would stay home and do chores and read the newspaper. That was
okay. Yeah, I always thought that that's kind of a good arrangement, you know?
Yeah.
I think my dad is I think he's probably agnostic, but I feel like he's one of those black guys that's like Christian by default. I think a lot of people are that way. I don't really get the appeal of it, but I just think it's just the way it is. It's just like that's how they are, and they don't really think about it too much.
Have you been watching Nathan at all? Because I think he's kind of an interesting guy to watch go through some of this stuff, where he didn't grow up. Well, he says like he grew up in in the UK, where obviously there's like the church as part of the kind of the state, and there's a link there, which I think is interesting. But what he's kind of going through and where he's at is he's still going to church, right? But he's going to different churches maybe than he was.
Oh, okay.
And so when you were saying about your dad, it's like, yeah, I can kind of see the appeal in some sense of just being like the agnostic in the room with there's like a certain, I can see the appeal being like the agnostic in the room with a bunch of believers and just kind of like hearing the conversations that happen. Cause I don't think there's in like the regular church ceremonies, it's like a lot of just like people going through motions in some, it's more in kind of I would think it would be in like more of the certain denominations probably have a lot more conversations about like the philosophical side of things.
Yeah, and also I think for a lot of people, it's like I hate to say it, but it's like a political thing. It's like a certain kind of like you're supposed to be, seen a certain way, and a big part of that is just being in church on Sunday. Kind of give you that church going man stamp of approval or whatever. I find it weird that lately I've been thinking about the fact I've been having some conversations with people, and it's we almost refer to it as being out, like as though like you're hiding a secret about your identity or something like that. But it's so weird to me to have to feel that that much of a sense of this is a weird thing or this is a difficult thing to identify as that strongly, that we have to be like, well, does your so-and-so know that that you don't believe in God? Well, I don't know. Does your it's like this is like underground society of like, oh my goodness, because I don't want my grandma to find out, God forbid.
Do you have a lot of people like that in your family that don't know?
I have people in my family, I think, that know. I have people in my family that I think know but will never accept it, And then I think I have people in my family that genuinely, I hate to say it, they just don't really probably think atheism is even valid. Right. Like they probably think it's a phase or a thing people say, or you're having God struggles or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think, like, have there been any of those people that were like people that that it was hard because you maybe like had a strong relationship with them otherwise.
Yeah, it's still hard,
But
I think,
then-
with like my mom and like my grandparents, especially because they're like ministers. You know, my grandfather's like the minister who like we can't get to retire. Like we've been trying to get him to retire forever, but they like can't. You know, he just think he has like a dying congregation, and I think he wants to like die with them. You know, it's real weird. You know, and so I don't.
Very shepherding, right?
Yeah,
It's like that
yeah.
is
And they're very much like, you know, people really admire them for being, you know, like genuine, you know, man of God, woman of God, that type of deal. So I think a lot of people treat it with like a hands off. It's like you know, they're too far along. It's too important to them. Just kind of let it go. But to me, I almost think you're making a person like juvenile at that point. Like, oh, don't tell so-and-so the truth. They just can't handle it. You know, it's better to let them live in their delusion. To me, it's like you're writing a person off as like, you know, oh, they're incapable of growth or change or changing their mind. So, and I don't know, and maybe they are, but I don't know how you tell, and I don't know how you, you know, I've just never really been comfortable saying that about certain people.
Yeah, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt that, like, look, they're still able to be, well, to be a human, right?
Yeah.
Listen to others and, like, take in their views and actually, like, process it and give them some amount of maybe the grace that we would hope that atheists would get more often than they do.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
But I think it's interesting, too. I mean, it is a challenge, just like on a human level, to know when people are aging. And I mentioned my grandpa's sick. My wife's grandma's sick right now too. There's like a lot going on, right?
Yeah, sure.
But one of the things that was interesting the other day is that she was saying, my wife was saying, hey, you know, I'm pretty sure that when my grandpa passed away, my grandma said that she like didn't want to have a funeral. Well, she's Catholic, so not having a funeral, not being buried is like not a thing.
Right.
And so on the one hand, but now that she's closer to death, she really doesn't want to bring it up with her. Like, because
I see. Yeah.
you know, it's difficult.
tough.
It's like,
Yeah.
well, that's what you said back then, but I'm pretty sure now, like the people that are around her, like,
Yeah,
that
so
are
she needs
closer
to
her,
she's gonna
need to know, right? Like, we got to make a call here.
Right. Yeah.
we can't fence it here. And so, you know, it's tricky to know what to do there, because here you have someone who's sick, and these kind of conversations can take a lot when someone's already quite sick.
Sure.
So
I don't
challenging.
even know how. I mean, that's tough. I those situations are unenviable. I just think you got to go for it. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You know, I think the fact that you are trying to have that conversation, especially in the face of, I hate to say this, because kind of what gets you in those situations is everybody else knows this conversation needs to happen, but like everyone else is just gonna let it ride. Like, they're really just not gonna say anything, right? So it sounds like she's at least conscientious enough to be the one, like, hey, you know, we really do need to, you know, ask about a person's, and you know what? It's making me think that's why it's really important, even if you're younger, I guess, like, to make those arrangements so that you don't put people in your family and friends in this situation, because it's awkward as hell.
Yeah, it's already a difficult situation. It doesn't make it any better to procrastinate or to not communicate, right?
Yeah.
But family dynamics are, you know, as you mentioned, like, they're challenging.
Yeah.
And so it's, especially when different parts of family have to come back together after maybe getting enough space from each other and stuff like that. And I think that's where, you know, religion comes into play, because maybe everyone has different views, and because they live, say, far enough away, or they like have built in enough space between them, they don't really have to reconcile that. Everyone can just kind of do their own thing. But during these times when you're kind of forced back together, then that's where the rubber hits the road. And it's I think the right thing to do to have, like, at least a will, but probably more importantly, like your wishes, right? Like, because a will doesn't cover
Sure, everything.
yeah, you got other stuff that you really want to communicate. So
Yeah, definitely want to get that taken care of. So what was it like for you growing up? Did you grow up in the church or anything like that? Or you said they were just cool, right? Your mom went to church, dad didn't.
Yeah.
What about grandparents or anything like that?
Yeah, it's funny because my grandma, who is the wife of the philosopher, she passed away, and when she passed away, we found out she had a Quaker Bible. I don't know where she got that, but
Really?
presumably, like, she had a Quaker Bible, and she had like written in it and stuff. So I don't know if she never like spoke about it that way. But I know she grew up in Iowa. There's a lot of different faiths and stuff that people have there.
Yeah,
So I'm not
Iowa's
sure
a
where that came
really
from.
religious place. I don't think a
Yeah.
lot of people grasp that. But now, like, when I hear Iowa, I immediately think of the churches and stuff because it's real deep in Iowa.
Yeah, but for me, it's like, I grew up overseas, which complicated things a little. I mean, it was great, but like it complicated things too, because then you have like different cultures. that are
Where
used
at
to
overseas?
approaching Italy for a while.
Oh, okay.
Religious, right? But in interesting kind of ways, right? Because there's also the acceptance that like you might just not believe, but you still do it for like the cultural things that go
Yeah,
with it,
yeah.
like the festivals and all of that. So
Yeah.
I think there's more atheists
And it's
there
like
than-
fun. And it's like the fun side of it.
Yeah, for sure. Because you get the
Oh,
cultural
this is a
stuff.
good question. Cameron
Art.
Bennett asked, what's the difference with a Quaker Bible?
Oh, that's such a good question. I don't actually know. I probably should have. This is like something I haven't dug into. But that would be
They
really
just say it,
interesting.
right? They just make a big deal out of it so you know it's different. It was a Quaker Bible. You know, so they say what
Yes.
that means. But you're like, oh, really? Like, was it?
Is that like a Jefferson?
Yeah,
Bible?
yeah.
Like where or what? I don't know. There's all sorts of different versions of, I guess, the Bible. So yeah, that would be an interesting one to look. Definitely gonna do that after this stream, is look up what the differences are. And I'm sure someone in the family has that Bible, so it'd be interesting to look at her notes.
What about
whether
on
she was-
the you said there was a preacher on the other grandfather side. Is that side more religious, or is it like him, and is he kind of stands out in that side, or?
He stands out. They ran a church, or several. I mean, he was pastor in several churches. But my grandma, who's his daughter, is married to, a medical doctor who I'm pretty sure is an atheist or agnostic
Okay.
at least. But they did more, I would say, of the cultural stuff. Christmas, we would go to church, but it was not an every week sort of thing. They didn't go every week. No. I mean, the answer is like, just because you have, and you know this, like,
Yeah.
just because you have a pastor or religious people as parents, like in some ways, it may push you the opposite direction. It just, it's going to depend on personalities. It's going to depend on like, what is it that motivates people? And so there's a lot of more.
I definitely saw the, I hate to compare it, but like to pro wrestling, the way in which, the whole Sunday experience is scripted, right? And it would be like, no, I know I've been working on these songs all week, and he was up late cramming the sermon last night. There's really nothing divinely inspired, at least about the service portion of it. And I think that's where a lot of people connect and get the emotional experience. And you definitely came up sort of just by nature, seeing behind the scenes, or you hear the way pastors talk in the office, in the pastor's office when there's no congregants around, and you go, oh, that guy's a piece of shit,
Yeah, exactly.
So it's always interesting. We did this one on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics of like cursing pastors, and there was this one pastor who looks like a crypt or something. He's like a kind of. And I knew some pastors that were very close to that in real life. It's like, it's weird. I even know some weird people that were like, I don't know, they used to be like in gang involved, and now they're like mayors and shit. People live interesting lives, man. So what other content creators do you like?
I mean, I like Doug, right?
Okay.
But I think obviously, like, he kind of challenges people with their views, I think politically and stuff like that.
Sure.
I think it's so yeah. I mean, I like that. I really enjoy Danny. It was funny because when I first saw Danny interacting with Doug, like I was like, oh man, like I kind of find Danny like annoying or something. I don't know why. I don't know what it was, but something about me was just like, oh man, like what is with Danny? But like over time, I've come to respect kind of what he does, and specifically that he doesn't shy away from like going in and like interacting with Christians or hanging out with, you know, in Muslim rooms or doing things like that. I think that's a good thing. I think like that's one of the things that I enjoy about watching these, you know, the streams on YouTube.
Yeah,
and stuff
do you
like
know Rebecca, Bread of Life?
Yeah, I watch her stuff.
He hung out with her in real life. And I remember like I was jealous. I was like, what? Like I want to hang out with Rebecca. Like that's cool. But yeah, so he really does like, you know, is trying to be cool with everybody. And he's funny. It takes a little while to see his sense of humor come out. Usually it's something that gets him going. But those guys are fun. What about like Apologia or Myth Vision? Do you watch that stuff?
I don't. You know, the thing is that I really appreciate the detail that they go into, but for me, not growing up with like being really into like what the text says, in the level of detail that I think that they get into, and because I'm watching, I mean, I watch Apologia probably more than I watch Myth Vision. I really like James Fodor, if you've seen him, but I like his work. He's he and Nathan do the, what is it? They do like a stream. Someone in the chat will know what it's called, but they do some work there, which I think is good. And you know, James is working on like, I don't know even how many. He's probably doing like a couple PhDs. I have no idea. Super smart. He's already written a book. I have his book somewhere around here. And so yeah, I appreciate kind of that side of the spectrum. I think with Myth Vision, I just haven't maybe spent enough time there, or I don't have enough background.
Some of the topics are they're like deep. They're just not stuff I'm as interested in, and then other stuff is, you know, stuff I feel like we've been over. But I definitely support the content and the platform that he gives to different scholars, and a lot of those things I end up going back to, or I'll put on, or turns out, you know, they'll be more interesting than I thought they would be. You know, I kind of put it on for something to listen to, and I go, oh, this is actually pretty good. But yeah, I'm noticing there's lots of shades of, you know, I grew up really heavy in the theology, but now I'm less in the philosophy. Like I find most of that stuff pretty boring. I'm definitely not a Bible nerd. In this community, you know, relative to the average bear in the population, I'm probably a Bible nerd. But like within this community, I'm like, nah, I don't have time for it, you know. Like I don't, you know, like my one black friend, my co-host on the Hot Program, he loves the Bible and he thinks you should study it and it's like really, you know, wonderful. Or I'm like, nah, you know, I'd rather read a comic book or something like that. I think like.
Yeah, I think like if like there very well may be, and I think maybe the only thing I would say is that there's different mediums to learn stories. Like the Bible is one medium, and so if what you're looking to get out of all this stuff is, it depends what you're trying to get out of it, right? Like
absolutely,
for some people they really love digging into like historical detail, you know, verse and all of that, and I respect that they do that, and I kind of like am glad they're doing that over here. But at the end of the day, like you set boundaries when you're either consuming content or making content. Like you just kind of have to do that. Like you can't consume it all. And so for me, if one of the things that I struggle with is if I feel like if I miss something on Myth Vision or something like that when they are going into all that detail, then I've just like completely like lost the thread. And because I'm consuming mostly for entertainment at this point. It's like I need to be able to get interrupted for something and be able to come back to it and not be and like rewind or something and not having missed 50 intricate details of what's being talked about.
Yeah, that's no, I totally get that. There are certain things where you have to like listen to them very intensely, and then there's other things that you can kind of let play in the background. And I feel like I'm in a different mood at different times, and I think even the content I create, I try to keep, it's different a little bit. Some of it probably a little bit more focused than other stuff. But yeah, I think it's interesting. Sometimes I get a little bit bored of the philosophical stuff or the historical stuff. I'm starting to lean more into like the social and political stuff because at least the conversation changes. Like talking about Roe v. Wade this week, at least it's like something's happening, and then there'll be news next week, and then there'll be news next week. Whereas it feels like sometimes with the apologetic stuff, we're going over the same thing, over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Cameron said it was called Bad Apologetics. That's the one that James Fodor does, and I think, or with Nathan. And I think what I liked about what they did was that I could, at least for a while, they were doing like, here's the arguments, and then they would just specifically address that argument, because sometimes I don't want to consume all the arguments, right?
Sure,
all at
yeah.
once, because there's so many. But sometimes I'll hear something and I'll be like, I don't think I've heard that argument. And I think actually that it's great they're doing videos. It'd be nice if there was some sort of like reference. I would love like to see a book out of those too, like with some of these just
Sure.
like pocketbook counter-apologetics, right? So that you could use it and just be like, I don't remember that one, but I know I've heard it before, right? But I think then, there's the question of like, do you want to think about the argument and actually like come up with your own ideas about it? Or do you just want to hear, like, be like, I'm pretty sure I've already heard or I've already thought about that one, but it was a while ago and I don't remember, and then be able to reference back. I think it's like, it's good to have both kinds of things. It's good to have like your style, which is like obviously entertaining and, able to hit on like a lot of different topics, but then it's also nice to know when you need something.
I would totally
right?
agree. I would totally agree. Matter of fact, it's not that I don't value that stuff so much as I thought that there's a lot of it out there, and that a lot of them are doing it so well, and they've been doing it for so long. I should try to find the way to do something different, and then, every once in a while, maybe have some substance with a different perspective. But a lot of times, it's like I learned from those guys just like everybody else did. So I don't want to come out here and like pretend to be an authority on these things when I just got it from the same place you did, right? It's
Exactly,
like,
right?
So yeah, we just tried to do something a little different. Also to put a little bit more focus on the community, because I think that that's where that's the shift that I see, is that people are, it's always like a pyramid, right? And there's always going to be way more viewers and people in the community than there is content creators, because only so many people are going to have a channel. But after like months and months, and in some of these cases years of consuming a certain creators, it's like, well, where they're at on so many issues. Who's a mythicist and who's not. Who's a philosopher and who's a whatever. And it sort of becomes more like, well, you've been interacting with these other people in the chat, so now you're like, well, what does Hillary's emails really think about these things? Or where's Cameron Bennett at on, certain issues? Because you realize you've been interacting with them for a while now, right? But they don't make videos, right? So there's no like the 3-hour, diatribe on the argument from contingency. So with a lot of these things, we were like, well, let's try to do more call-in shows and get more interactive with the chat. That way, it's like people are hearing more what other fans and what other viewers are thinking. So we try to do that. Also, but it's interesting too, because those people are less likely to call in. So sometimes you end up with the content creators, because they know how to use StreamYard already. So
yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it can be kind of daunting for everybody. I mean, it's easy to connect into StreamYard once you know it's just like a link that you click or
whatever the
restream.
restream.
This is easy.
It's the
right?
same thing.
Yeah, but I think you're right that you're right to focus on like the community, because even though I say, well, like take Doug for example, his whole thing is I don't want to schedule something, right? I got other stuff. I got kids. I got whatever. I don't want to schedule something, right? Why do I not want to schedule something? Because maybe turns out I don't want to stream that day.
Right.
And if I scheduled it, now I got to cancel it. People get disappointed. People are expecting to show up.
Right.
And so that's the hard thing about community is that people want to be able to know like on some cadence that there's going to be something.
Yeah.
But they can't necessarily plan. And in some ways, like the religious, the whole like Sunday, everyone does this and they just know they're doing it on Sunday.
Right.
Is such a, just that alone.
Yeah.
If you removed the content, if you can get people to do things regularly every single week, that's like really hard to do.
Yeah.
Right?
And, but I think you're right in that. And I could speak to that, being like the drummer, and I try to feel the same way about the streams. I did so for the longest time. I used to stream on Twitch, just on Twitch, and I avoided scheduling. And then I started scheduling my streams, and I'd be like, okay, this content's going to be here. And I tried to kind of balance scheduled and unscheduled, and it worked really well for a while. And then I kind of fell off. And then when I came back, I was like, the number one thing has to be, the shows are consistent. And I still try to do the same thing. It's like I schedule the show, so Hot Program and the audio commentary with Christopher Hitchens and Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, those things all happen on a schedule. But the just kind of after parties and live streams, I do, and they end up doing way more content that way. It's like it was sort of weird at first. It was like, oh, Jay Bundy's going to be my main channel, and then I'll do my live streams on Pocketlocker. And then you realize, well, I'm doing a hell of a lot more live streaming throughout the week than I am doing, these couple shows on the weekend. So it gets a little interesting that way. But yeah, I actually think that it's for me, I relate to the church thing, because I know that for us, it's like when you're playing at a church, it's like you're gonna play no matter what. And as a musician, we've all had every nightmare happen. Your monitor goes out, the click track stops, the PA system breaks, a light goes out, and it's like, you'll whip out your phones and play acoustic, and I've busted a finger open, you put a Band-Aid on it, and it's like the show must go on kind of mentality is there, and it is really provide a sense of everybody knowing that consistency is going to be there. And I try to do the same thing here. It's like, my show may be late or might have issues. I spilled the glass of wine last night and had to clean up the porcelain all over the floor, and ended up, starting to stream 20 minutes late, or you go live and then you have a sound issue or something. But at least people know, like you said, he's going to go live. I don't know why he's 3 hours late, but if you just hang in there, he's either going to go live, or I bet you if I go to bed and I wake up tomorrow morning, there'll be a video, right? Like just that right there, right? That sort of like security of like, he's not going to leave us hanging. Because I've had shows do that to me, like actual television shows, where it's like I'm totally bought into a show. It's there one week, gone the next, and never comes back just because the network pulled it, wasn't making enough money or whatever it was. So that's what's really interesting. Even stuff like you do, I had the stream with Rebecca earlier, and there's like 20 people live, and the chat's going crazy. And then it goes back to my stream later, and there's like 3 people there, and you're like, yep, you got it, because you got to stay consistent. So you're going to have some big ones, they're going to feel cool, we're going to have some small ones, and whatever. Yeah. But it's been fun, and I just definitely try to keep at it.
Like live streams, it seems like, especially like the number you're doing, it seems like you do a lot of them.
Yeah.
And they last a long time. And I know, like, I've seen some of Rebecca's where she's like clearly exhausted and people are hanging out still.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she's like, yep, you all are going in a circle on this argument.
Yeah,
I need
yeah,
to go to
sure.
bed. You know what I mean? That whole thing. And it's like, I can just imagine it's kind of like, I don't know, it's probably like a pastor or someone like that who's got like, there's like a game night or something. And they're just like, can you all just like put the game away? I want to go home or whatever.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like I enjoy these, but also like I want to have a life. And I'm just curious, I guess, how you, because you do a lot of these.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
How do you do the work-life balance?
I feel like
thing
it's like a total like everything. Like you feel all of it, you know? So I think I feel for streamers like that. I've definitely been on streams like that. And I have this habit, like if I'm on Nate's stream and Nate looks tired, I'll like check him like, Nate, are you okay? Because I'm worried about that same thing. Like I've been on streams where he's exhausted and it's hard to even be on the panel because you feel bad. You're like, I feel like we should end the stream because he's clearly not enjoying himself right now. So I definitely get that. And I think it's something that comes with experience. I think for a lot of us, I know myself, like, I did this to make friends. So when you have people there and they're talking and they're having fun, it's very counterintuitive to end a stream when it's active.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right. It feels like, didn't you do this because you want people to be here? There are people here now and you're just going to, like, dip. So I think it's just something you have to get used to doing.
Well, he's got the overseas aspect, too. So... and I think James Fodor also has this because he's in Australia. Is he in New Zealand? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I should know this. He's in New Zealand or Australia. Probably New Zealand. But maybe no, I'm pretty sure now I'm thinking about it, he's in Australia. So, but anyway, I like that whole thing where you're like, you start it, you get to hang out with your friends for a bit, and then all of a sudden you realize it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I really like you guys, but
Yeah. The work-life balance thing has been crazy though, because so I'm an evolutionary biologist, and I teach with a guy named Rob Pennock, and he wrote this book called Tower of Babel, Evidence Against the New Creationism. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Kitzmiller versus Dover trials, like a big evolution versus intelligent design trial back in the day. He was the expert witness for the evolution side. And so it's been really interesting because teaching with him has been like him exposing me to like the history of all this stuff. And we teach this class together called Darwin's Law. And like a whole half of the class is like breaking down why the philosophy of science of like why evolution is like sound scientific theory and why intelligent design creationism is not. And so I've been like, yeah, Rob, I'm kind of like a burgeoning YouTube counter-apologist, so I don't think you understand how perfect this is. And so I'm kind of like turning him on to this community. And so lately, like him and my research advisor, like they love it. Like they think this is great. They think this is like a thing that, you know, unfortunately not a lot of scientists are doing, you know, so that helps a lot. Because they're very supportive. So it almost like kind of counts as work as far as like outreach for a scholar like me. It's like very relevant to what I do, trying to be a professor. And then
would he come on, do you think?
Oh yeah, they will. Yeah, I just need to ask him to. I definitely will. And then also it's gonna take me a little bit of time, but a lot of this is like I'm trying to build different models of content creation. And so it's really interesting because I want to try to tie these two things together to sort of these sort of hangout vibes and then also sort of like the work-life balance of a streamer. So something I actually learned from like dating a cam girl. Do you know what I mean by a cam girl?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. She was super cool, but what I realized was like she too like spent a lot of time streaming, right? Like that's what that whole thing is, right? And just put it simply, you can only really diddle yourself so many times for so long in a day, right? So
literally,
so to like build a sort of sustainable stream that you could put a shift in, that you could work at, that you could say, this is my job and I'm really streaming, 8 to 12 hours a day or whatever it's going to be, right? 5 to 6, 7 days a week, whatever it is. I realized it's mostly not about the sex, right? It's mostly not sexual content. It's mostly about like a small group of regulars who see this as like her room, and they're there to like hang out with her and also almost just as much each other. And by being regulars in this room together, they get to know each other and they're hanging out, and then they like kind of support her, and then most of them become more like regular patrons, so they're not like necessarily tipping her all the time, but they're, you know, they give her regular contributions, weekly, monthly, whatever. She has a couple people who she really relies on that are, you know, regular contributors, right? And then she's able to, you know, spend a lot of time just chatting with them throughout the day, or she's just sitting there in a cute outfit playing, you know, Nintendo 64 or painting or whatever she feels like doing to pass the time. And at the same time, you know, logging in hours on the platform, right? The platform is happy. They're bringing in money. And then intermittently there are these shows, and there might be, oh, there's a bunch of randoms here. Let's do a show. And you know, and then you get a little bit more tips and stuff like that. And so I was like, wow, like this is a pretty kind of sophisticated thing here. And then I kind of realized we had that thing happening in YouTube, right? Where we kind of had liked these like long format streams because we could all kind of hang out and chat with each other for a couple hours. All right, now who's live next, right? But there'd be these gaps, or like one stream would end and you don't know, like, is anybody even going to be live for the rest of the day? Or there's this asynchronicity where like half of the people that were in the last stream aren't subscribed to the next one or whatever. So we got little ideas like, oh, let's start this Discord and have people start dropping the links of who's live. That way we could we call it the bar crawl, atheist bar crawl. We could kind of hop from stream to stream together. And then I realized like, oh, if I'm live a lot, I could almost be like a fallback stream. Like, look, everybody's got enough tabs on your computer, or you've got your laptop and the tablet, your laptop and your phone. You know, if you want to go watch Doug or Nathan or whatever, like, go ahead, you know, and then if you want to come back here, you know, some other time, like, that's all good, you know, it's fine. And so then over time I realized, and some of this I got from Twitch, right? So I realized I'm built differently than a lot of the other guys. Like for Nathan or Doug, if they do a 4-hour stream, they're like stretching and they're going into the misses. Man, I just did a 4-hour stream, man. I felt like Superman, you know. I just, you know, Twitch streamers were like 4 hours. It's an off day. You got a date tonight. You got somewhere to be. Like, like you got something to do. Because we're used to knocking out 8-hour, 12-hour streams, like, because that's just life on Twitch. And so something funny I realized was like, I'm knocking out 8 or 10 hours of content a day just doing live shows. And so a couple days, like last week or maybe the week before, what I did was I started playing a playlist of like previous podcasts that I did. And I even came up with like a persona around it, the playlist player, right? And one of the inspirations for that was these 24/7 weed channels I would watch on Twitch. And there'd be like a lot of people, right? Sometimes people don't realize like our YouTube corner with like atheists and talking about religion, we're like the back
it's niche
of real small niche. Yeah. And so I realized like even something like marijuana growing is actually a way larger niche. Like if I wanted to really, like if I turned out weed content all the time, it'd be great, right? And so one of these channels I watched was just like a really nice grow setup, and it was 24/7. And I was like, wait. People are literally watching the grass grow.
Yeah.
And what would happen was dude would always have nice little mood lighting, a nice little music playlists, some lo-fi or whatever. Nothing those you were gonna write home about, but it wasn't gonna offend you either, right?
Yeah.
And then they always had like the chat on the screen, and then like a really nice overlay that would tell you like, you know, the conditions, the temperature, maybe something about the nutrients, and then like the schedule. Oh, the last thing we did was trim them. The next thing we did is tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we're gonna put some new nutrients in it. And people would just be watching this thing, chatting with each other, you know, just bullshitting, whatever. And I'll be like, this shit crazy. This motherfucker's just chilling. Like
They're just there for the vibes.
They're just there for the vibes, just there for the vibes. And so I was like, wait, I could do something like that. Like, because again, I'm churning out 8 hours. Why not just play it and then I could go to sleep? And so I tried it a couple of times and it blew my mind because people would just show up. I would try to put it clear in the title, replays, I'm sleeping, I'll go live when I get up. And it was great because one, when I would get up and go live again, there was already, you know, some people I could interact with in the chat. But the work-life balance thing jumped out immediately because all of a sudden it felt okay to not be live. Like that tension of, wait, but people are willing to be in my room and hang out, but I want to go to sleep or I want to eat or I want to walk my dog or whatever, you know.
Which are all totally normal things.
Which are all totally normal things to want to do. Yeah, totally normal things to want to do. All of a sudden, I felt like a lot less pressure. So I was like, oh, this is like a super cool thing. And so I actually want to build back up and like make that a sort of regular thing where people realize that, hey, I might be playing replays, but the channel will be live 24/7. And you can always come and hang out and chat and watch talk to each other. And I think it'll take me a little while to get the kinks worked out and make it all work nifty, right? But what I would like to do eventually is have it so like that's maybe in one window and then like another part of the overlay has like the Discord voice chat video. Because one thing we were able to set up before is I was able to stream straight into the Discord. So like, let's say you were in Discord, you wouldn't even have to watch on YouTube or Twitch or any of that. You could just literally see what the stream is doing right in the Discord. And then people could talk. Right? So you could literally chat, but then y'all could just be sitting there. Like you could have, like I could wake up and there could be like 8 people having a Discord panel talking about whatever the replay is or whatever, and I'd just be like, all right, I guess this is happening right now. Like, good morning to you too, you know, like, but yeah, I just think over time you just build it and see what happens, and I'm gonna keep trying stuff. But yeah, it's been cool because I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues about this, and so they're into the idea of a 24/7 channel. So I think I will do it with my own grow at some point. And I'm hoping to do one that's like a evolution channel where I'm like collecting, just educational stuff on evolution, cool videos on evolution. And then there's kind of a channel people can tune into. And then people get used to the culture. Oh, the bot's going to be there. The chat's going to be on screen. I can redeem stuff at the store. That's another reason we do like the store and the stream currencies, right? Because that allows people to sort of be rewarded for all that time they spend in those long streams and redeem cool perks and stuff. Also, final thing you made me think of was just that I'm now into the idea of being a reality streamer. I have so much stuff going on. I think of it almost like reality TV, that I realized that I had to spend a lot of time. Like now, I need to like, switch over my sound effects so I can use my other computer and my bigger stream deck, and I need to update the bots in the stores for all the different channels and organize the content in the playlist and update the emojis. And so it's like you could sit in the studio all day and do all that stuff, but why not just go live and just
you could,
and then just be live doing it. Well, some people hate it because it's like the most boring thing ever to watch you sit there and test the bots, redeem commands. Sure.
Yeah.
But some people will check it out.
Yeah. And I think like different types of streams are going to have people that are okay. like a certain audience is going to be okay with that, right? A certain audience is
Right.
logging in for something completely different, and
Exactly.
like maybe that's just why there's different content creators and different channels, is like because the people that are cool with that are going to be on your streams, and the people that are like that don't want that, and they're like, I just want to watch Doug like go from person to person to person, and
Right.
if he can't get enough people, he's just going to end the stream or something like that.
Yeah.
Like maybe then they're going to go there, and that's totally okay because there's like enough space. Although to some extent I agree with you. You're talking about like how it's a niche, and you know, of course there's this like how many content creators can this whole thing support, and the
Right.
answer is we just don't know. But
Right.
each person's going to try and figure out and make their own thing. And I mean, if I can log in and, you know, regularly on Sunday evenings when, you know, I'm maybe just looking for just to socialize or something like that, then like that's totally fine, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna be okay with watching you do your thing, because why am I there? I'm like there to see you as a human who's just like trying these things to
Right,
see what they
right.
succeed with, right? And I think a lot of people like maybe that it just isn't going to interest them, but then they're going to filter out on their own. Like there's
Yeah, and then there's
okay.
also like that's why I try to isolate channels, right? That's another thing. Like I do Hot Program on Hot Program's own channel, so that if somebody says that's the only thing I want to see Jay do, it's like cool. There's a channel for that. Go there. Oh, if you only want to see me do a structured show, you can go to the Jay Bundy channel, and there's nothing but structured shows and videos over there. And also like I was thinking too, like. The one thing people are always more interested in than any content creator is themselves. And so I find that a lot of that other stuff appeals to people even more so because like a lot of other content creators are out there. So they're interested in seeing like what choices I make. Or I remember one time me and No Name were going back and forth about software, because we kept, you know, changing what streaming software we're using, and we were just going back and forth about that, like why switch to this and all this stuff on stream. And there was this guy who like jumped in, and it was crazy because like not only was he listening and like interested, he was like interested enough to like call in and like ask more about it. And then it turns out that he was like streaming, so he was like live, and then he's like broadcasting this whole thing to his audience too. So you like never know who's listening, right? And sometimes the thing you think is like boring is like enough. Somebody else is like, yo, I'm gonna host you. This guy's great. Let's get in here. Matter of fact, my stream started that way. Back, it was a few years ago, and I was trying to use PlayStation 4 has like this share play thing where like if I want to show you something, you can like jump in my game and I can like show you and we can play together even though we're remote, right? And I was trying to show some kids like how to do a graphical thing. Like I had some like, I don't know, cheetah striped pants or something, and I put some text on them, right? And so I had to show them how to do it. Like you have to like, you know, use one color as a background so it like blocks it out, and then put the text on top of that so you can read it clearly. Like it's really not that hard, just a little layering trick. But we couldn't get the PS4 to work. And so I was like, all right, like I had a Twitch. I rarely ever used it for anything. I was like, all right, look, I'll go live on my Twitch. Just log in and I'll show you the thing. I don't think I had like a camera or anything. I was like literally showing my PlayStation. Like it was just ghetto. There was just like nothing. There was nobody watching, right? Yeah. And then like two kids started watching. They're like, oh, this is such a cool stream. Me showing him how to put text on pants is a cool stream. Yeah, dude, this is really cool. Can we send you our created wrestlers? Will you stream more? What? What are y'all talking about? Sure, you know. So they sent me their created wrestlers, and I started like putting them all in matches and just doing the commentary on the matches, and that's how I started streaming. Right? You just never know what people are going to be interested in. And this was kind of the same thing. I started popping up on Doug's stream and stuff like that, and people are like, oh, where's your channel? What's your content? And I was like, I guess I should start making some content because I don't do that. So
yeah. Well, that's where I saw you, I think. I saw like, I know like MyOneBlack Friend. I saw in there, and I mean a couple other people too. And I think that's the power of the social side of whatever you're doing. So if you're going to create content, like, cool, let's, I'm interested in the content. Like if you end up doing, if you had your coworker, the professor on, and you're going to create content and stuff like that's cool. But also, in addition to that, you want to have like the social side, and there's some sort of balance there that each channel, I think, figures out. So sometimes it's like they open with monologue, or they're doing some sort of critique of something that's out there. Maybe it's like a reaction video, whatever the case is. Maybe it's, Hitch or whatever. But then at some point, getting someone else on stream, exposing them and what they're about, what they're doing, and mixing that up. I mean, on one hand, I like the bad apologetics because I know those two, and I know the kind of content they're going to create. And so I can look at that stream and be like, okay, when I see a bad apologetics, I know that it's going to be the two of them. I know that's like a group. But also it's nice to have like new voices and stuff come on. I mean, and sometimes it's going to be, boring, or it's going to be, things are going to be, maybe you were talking about doing like a 24-hour stream, and it's like, you could wake up and things could have gone completely sideways, right? Like,
I think that's what's exciting about it, right? It's like you don't know. Yeah.
That's what we keep people watching.
Yeah,
probably.
Exactly.
It might get you banned. It might get you banned, let's be clear. But
yeah, but it'll be worth it, right? Because again, that's exciting. We've had a couple of streams that have gotten pulled midstream for playing copyright material, or one time because a guy came in here spamming. And I gotta admit, like, that was so fun. Like I have this motto. It's called like live for live. You gotta remember, I'm a live musician. There's a reason I do my shows live. Like I could make a video and it'd be perfect and chop everything out. But there's something about, is he really doing all this live right now? And just trying to pull it off and just not knowing what the hell is gonna. Is it was a mic gonna go off? And I want to really start playing the drums in the beginning to do like a little worship piece and to really have people sit there and go, wait, he did it. He started that with a drum cover, then he sang his entrance song, then he sat in the chair and did counter-apologetics, then he was going back and forth with No Name. That's a little different. That's a little,
Well, it's funny because like you've got this kind of like I know your I can always see your picture because you've got like the lights and the whole thing is like purple, right? So I can be scrolling through a list and I'll be like, who's that? I don't know who that is. Oh, I know there's
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's something about like doing that on a regular basis and doing it like with your style and all that, and just making it yours. And I think like the hard thing, right? Like I said, like I don't feel like I have a lot to say about like.
This has been great, actually.
Well, yeah, this has been good. This has been fun because I like you. I don't know if you know, like finding friends is when you're an adult.
It's hard.
It's hard.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
People don't really. I mean, okay, Doug would say like it's not hard when you're as great as me.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
Like, you know what I mean? But if you've moved, let's say, as an adult, and I have.
Yeah, me too.
And you're not religious.
Yes.
Then the question is like, where do you find your people? How do you find your people?
It's crazy. I was really lonely, and I lived in Michigan for the better part of a decade, and spending most of that time in grad school, I could honestly say it was really isolating. And I tended to disproportionately lean on whoever I was romantically involved with at the time, because outside of my work colleagues, that was like it. That's like all I had time for. And a big part of my motivation to do this was really just making friends. And that was sort of my thing. I know people think that I'm like they'll say like I'm a fanboy when I talk to Pine Creek or whatever. And so you got to remember, that's literally one of my favorite YouTubers, right? I'm one of the people who's like, you get that notification and you're like, yeah. And so then I'm just like chilling with them, and I'm that type of person who, I'm probably never gonna be real like famous, like for real in real life. Probably never gonna be rich. Most of my students are gonna forget everything I teach them. So, you know, I live for the moments that I'll remember myself and be like, hey, that was pretty cool, you know? And so when you're talking to one of your favorite YouTubers and you guys have a nice conversation, you go, oh, that was pretty cool, you know? And then you go, oh, well, what happens if I show up on Nate's channel? Oh, he'll let me on too. Oh, I just talked to Nate. That was pretty cool. You know, so then you start doing your thing. And then like today, I'll go to bed going, dude, I had Rebecca on. She's still crazy. I don't know why she's a young earth creationist and why she don't believe in evolution, but hey, we had a nice stream. We had a good time. You know, I felt like one of the cool kids. She took time out of her schedule, and also she impressed me. She really I was impressed. Like, you know, it's like you play basketball with somebody, you think you're going to shoot around, you know, and they're just sitting there draining threes and they dunk a couple of times and you're like, oh, you're good at this. You're
like, I can see why you're doing this and you're on these streams, right?
Yeah. You're like, you've definitely got this worked out. But yeah, the other thing I was going to share with you is, for me, like, I have this character, right, the Outlaw Prince, and I try to layer all these things. And I'll never get all of my communities to overlap, right? Like, you know, my sort of GTA friends, when they tune in and I'm doing counter-apologetics, they tune out pretty quickly, but not immediately. Sometimes they sit there for a minute, you know. And the people that want to see me do science, you know, rarely watch me play video games, you know, that type of thing. But you do start to get the overlap, right? And my vision is always to create this show. It's called Sacred, and it's basically like machinima, right? Which is it's like a machine-assisted animation. So for me, it's like using a video game to tell a story. You're like using a video game to like tell a story that's not the one in the game.
Oh, gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
Actually, do you mind if I screen share a couple cool examples with you?
Oh, please.
Actually, can I take a quick potty break? I'll play a cool video and then I'll just be right back. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, let's do it.
I greatly appreciate your patience. I'm gonna play. So this is one of the videos that Nano sent in. Nano sends an amazing video. This one is called let's see. Let's go with sports preaching.
You have lost your mind. Homosexuality should be a crime. They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on a boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean and let the sharks eat them. So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth. This isn't preaching, this is hate speech. It's both! Because we can purge out all the sissies and purge out all the fair weather Christians, purge out all the weaklings. Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile. I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it, so don't act like I'm all alone up here. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you? No, I'm just saying, look, you know, hey.
That was amazing. Yeah, the keytar is definitely fire, Dr. Donji. I feel like that's something that would be in like modern art or something. Like there'd be like a modern art, like go in there and it's Nana. Okay.
What'd you say?
That video.
Yeah, they're so great.
I mean,
the editing is amazing. So I'm obsessed with those. I play those when I need to put myself in a good mood. I'm actually looking for an example. I'll play another one real quick while I find it. This one's called "Pick Up This Book."
Islam is a disgusting, evil, violent, stupid religion for imbeciles. And you know what? If somebody is under the sound of my voice right now hearing this on the internet and you're a Muslim, you know what? Then instead of getting mad that I'm calling you stupid, pick up this book and read it and see how stupid it is. And then pick up this book and let the tears roll down your face and say, this is the Word of God. It's got power. And then pick up this book, Islam, there's no comparison. And then pick up this book, following God. And then pick up this book, this is the Word of God. And then pick up this book. You know what's hateful? The gospel.
You know what that reminds me of? Have you seen the videos where I think it's like someone's like playing guitar? It's like metal to they play like basically like metal music, but to like people who are like speaking in tongues or like preachers and stuff like that. I can't remember.
Oh,
it blew up like a while
really?
back. Yeah, it went like pretty hardcore viral a while back, but it definitely reminds me of that.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna find something to show you. There's like there's so much good stuff here. All right. All right, this one's called Burnt. It's pretty short, maybe. Let's see. Although this one's DLC highlights, so I don't know. Let's see. Actually, let's go with this one. I need to share a screen with you. Why do I keep pressing the wrong button, man? Rookie mistakes out here.
Oh, I was wrong. It was not religious stuff. It was like Karen. It was like Karen metal. So it was like Karen's freaking out on people.
Drop a and then they played metal to it. Yeah, drop a link in the chat.
Andre Antunes. I'll drop a link to this channel.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna play you an example of Machinima right now.
Do it.
How's it looking out there, dispatch?
I left drinking on the city train.
I need a driver for a pickup right away. His plane just landed. Says he'll be waiting for you outside the main terminal at Los Santos Airport.
And one morning I woke up in LA. Got my breath on the coast. I've been going through a change. I might never be sure. I'm just walking in a
So where to?
Who's available for a job?
Later, Cameron. Thanks for coming through, bro.
go quick before someone sees you.
Hey, chill the fuck out.
Crazy. The sound design is so good.
It's so good, yeah.
Stacks and stacks and stacks.
What the fuck? Come on, let me out of here. What the fuck?
Nah, this is they made this with Rockstar Editor, and some of the stuff I think maybe from cinematic scenes, but nah, mostly they got to trigger all this stuff. And this stuff I think is yeah, this is from a different game, I think. Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's Trevor. Why do I keep pulling up the private chat like a jackass? God, the cinematography is so good. It looks just like cutscenes from the game.
It does. The audio is super good too.
So damn good.
Oh.
But yeah, so that's like, but my machinima is like not there yet. But that's the like I want to. So that's the type of thing I'm trying to do, right? But I'm trying to do it to where the character that is the protagonist is like the stuff you see in the show about him is all based in real life. And so you don't really know where like the animation part starts, where the storytelling, you know what I mean? It's all blurred. It's all blurred. So like for instance, like I've done mostly, let me see if I can find, I got to start working on it on this computer. So that's actually why I've been switching over this computer, so I can start working on more post-production stuff and editing. I just don't know if I have, oh, it looks like I do have libraries and stuff over here. Let's see what I got. That'd be like, some old stuff. All right, hang on a sec. Let me see what I can find real quick. I actually saw it not too long ago. I just don't remember where it was. Maybe Final Cut exports. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's in here. Bunch of videos, bunch of stuff I made. Yeah, Sacred Part 1. Maybe this is it. Yes. All right, so I haven't laid the audio. I haven't like done the sound design for this, but this is like the sketch of the first episode. You can see me being very dramatic.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff resonates with me so much, and I can't wait to do sound for this. It's gonna be really fun. I was like so proud of this shark.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like really. I spent so much work on that shark. Yeah, I can't wait to do music and sound of this. It's mostly just the rough draft of it. Yeah, yeah. So, all right, so there's like the first key. I'm gonna stop it. Hang on a sec. I gotta get used to this. So OCW Fed, right? Like I grew up really into fantasy wrestling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And fantasy wrestling is like Dungeons and Dragons for wrestling fans. Right. And growing up, it used to be like we would do on these text message boards. We would like cut promos on each other. My wrestler comes to the ring, talks a bunch of shit about your wrestler, goes back to the dressing room, right? Yeah. And then at the end of it, like whoever was the best shit talker, you know, that was supposed to influence who won the matches when the people wrote the cards.
Okay. Yeah.
Now with all the sophistication, we just like. We do that, but then we create the characters in the video games, download them, and like do the actual cards and like make the matches and wrestle each other, and then they put it together and do a show and broadcast it on YouTube.
Wow.
All right,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's crazy. So when I refer to OCW Fed though, like that is like a very real fantasy wrestling federation. And so I was actually in it. I will be in it again. I just finished grad school. I like didn't have time. I was like, a little busy. But this Fed's been around for like I don't know, like 19 years or something like that. Maybe it's like 16 or something. But a really long time. And yeah, so it's kind of like the first tie-in, right? Is like this character is like representing OCW Fed, but it's like already like, oh, that's it. You look into it and it's like, oh, that's a real fucking thing, right? And so then this is like the backstory of my character who's supposed to be an OCW Fed, right? And just like the thing I was telling you before, where like those kids started my stream with the wrestling stuff. That was like Los Santos Championship Wrestling. And so that was supposed to be our like developmental, our like ghetto Los Santos based fantasy wrestling promotion, right? That like will also tie into this. And now with the Word Wrestling Entertainment stuff, we do that with the Counter-Apologetics, right? So we've built all these like apologist and counter-apologist in the WWE game and do like matches. So like when I won the title, I won it from Cameron Bertuzzi.
Nice.
So like that's I still don't think I've uploaded a video of me beating Cameron Bertuzzi. We played it on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics though. But yeah, that was fun. I have a whole match of me beating Cameron. And then I love this too because this is a gospel song, and like I said, I come from generations of ministers, so this is my character sitting there looking at the church, right? And so the theme is sacred, where we're supposed to tie together like this background with the religion, and then ending up in the motorcycle club, and then tying in wrestling, which is really important to me. So it's like this like theme. And so this music, this song, How I Got Over, it's really funny because it's like a gospel song, right? It's a beautiful gospel song of Aretha. It's like this wonderful performance. But in wrestling, we call like, you know, either getting cheered if you're a good guy and you're supposed to be getting cheered, or getting booed if you're a bad guy and you're supposed to be getting booed, or drawing money, selling merch. We call this getting over. Right. Mm-hmm. So, and wrestling's all about trying to get over. So I like when I found this song and like built this, I was like, yes, this is it. The How I Got Over. All right, roll the tape.
Oh, Lord, you know my soul. Look back and wonder how I got over. Oh, Lord, how I got over.
All right, and then this part is fantasy. This like part of his backstory. I get shot by these. I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh shit! This is one of my sound scenes where I just use I let the
you're
audio.
getting the gurney.
Yeah, I just let the audio do the storytelling for me. It's like the most cliche. I love it. But now he has this.
I like this.
Yes, he has this wrestling fever dream, right? Getting tossed around, that's not fun. Ooh. And this was an actual OCW show that they did, right? And I used that arena for the dream.
Nice.
Pause tape. So there was a funny story. This guy was actually the president of not the president. He was the champion at the time, right? And if I was gonna put him in this video, I didn't want to be disrespectful. I was like a rookie at the time, so I asked his permission. I was like, "Can I put you in this video? Is like gonna be a dream?" He's like, "Yeah, of course, it's fine." Like, all right, I'm gonna play it. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about this shot. That's my finisher.
Here is your winner. And
all right, hang on. So the title of this episode is Tuck Your Neck and Count the Lights or something like that. And which is like a wrestling expression for like jobbing, like when you lose to somebody, right? Because it's like the tucking your neck is how you say safe when you take a bump. And then counting the lights is like when you're losing, you're just like staring up, looking at the ceiling, right? So we call it counting the lights. And so I'm like, there's going to be another shot at the end where that like expression plays in, and it's like an aerial shot. And that shot was like the counter to that shot. It was like a seed planting visual.
I see. Yeah.
World Heavyweight Champion, the Outlaw Prince.
The underdog, huh?
Yeah. So, yeah, right. So then his dream, he like wins, and then, no, damn it. Guess not. Oh, there we go. I forgot there's the title. There we go. Tuck your neck and count the lights. So there's the university. All right, so what's interesting is that guy that you're seeing, his name is Eazy-E, and the story I'm telling is that we're playing video games after I've recovered from, getting shot. And he's going to suggest to me that I hang out with this motorcycle club so I can have some people to look after me and teach me how to protect myself, right? And in the scene, we're playing NBA 2K together when we have this conversation. And what's interesting is he actually is my teammate from NBA 2K, and I really did join the motorcycle club at his suggestion. Of course, I didn't get shot in real life, but that's one of those tie-ins. Also, you'll see me on an orange moped. I really have an orange moped in real life, and this is my advisor. So part of my story is I say that I came to the University of the University of San Andreas, Los Santos, to study evolutionary biology with Rich Lenski. And in real life, I went to Michigan State University to study evolutionary biology with Rich Lenski, right? So this is just how I do this, like, layering. Just a Ken Burns effect or something. So this is where I show that I like the stories, like when I do the narration, it'll be like, oh, I even got my first paper. And of course, this is showing a very real paper. And here's the scene from 2K. And you'll see this screen effect pull out I did to make it look like we're actually playing this in GTA. And of course, I'll be doing like voices of us talking shit to each other.
Right.
During the gameplay. Because what else would we be doing? Domination. Right, now we're just smoking weed in the apartment. But did you catch how I have it? It's like so brief. But if you look when this scene starts, the 2K is on the TV.
Oh really?
Yeah, just watch it again. See it?
Oh yeah.
So this is when he's like convincing me he's talking to me about the motorcycle club. And now we get our first biker shit. This was our clubhouse. Those are the real rules and regulations.
He's giving up the moped.
Yeah. They say I have to turn it in, and even this, I got a special bike that's like kind of like bronze colored, like rust colored, to be like because first you start as a hang around, then you get promoted to prospect. So it's like they give you the hang around bike, like the the gross one.
Oh, yeah.
But that's our actual bike. It's called the Zombie Bobber. It's the official club bike. We all have them. Some of those cuts I'll retime where the camera hangs for a minute. Oh, this is like showing all the stuff we do. Strip club, hey now. Comedy club, the dispensary, underground nightclub. Playing tennis with the boys. Going for a ride. It's a biker montage. Having church with the halo effect. Hanging out in the apartment. Car show. More strip club.
Was that you saying that?
No. I just caught it from the game and included it. It's so good.
Oh, it's amazing. I thought the first one sounded like a little bit like you. Like,
no, it's just
no.
I just hang on. Oh God, it's like what both of them say is so good.
I'ma ride that ass to the cows come home.
That one's great.
All right, so then this is just time for me to narrate, right? So I just shot me inside the club talking to the camera, so I could just like tell the story here, do a bit of.
Sometimes I think about retiring, but if I did, I'd probably be sitting in bars drinking beer anyway. May
Yeah.
as well get paid for it.
This is when I'm like, shut up, Cindy, I'm trying to tell a story, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know, like so yeah, then I get to go forward to I don't know. I think next is like the maybe training or something because like they convinced me I got to learn how to take care of myself. So I go get the first gun, but I didn't pull the GTA rookie move. I had to get him like a little starter pistol. Yeah. This is him buying his first gun. So I gotta put in dialogue with this guy. I might be sending out some scripts to people. Hey, I need you to record some dialogue for me. Yeah, this is me at the range. This was fun to shoot. All right, so then this is how he gets into wrestling. So the deal is like he ends up, everybody's got to earn their stripes, but they don't want him to do anything dangerous, so they just have him doing security for the like backyard wrestling promotion in Los Santos, which will end up being Los Santos Championship Wrestling. But at this point, it's just like some rundown promotion run by some dirtbag, right? And he's just sitting in the car, kind of chilling, doing the security deal. So that's what this will be like, some nonsense cheese playing on the radio or whatever. And then this is Trevor, who's actually in the game, right? So I make him his real self. Trevor, it's like Trevor Phillips is Trevor Phillips, but I say he's the owner's brother. And then I end up having a dialogue with him. But this I shot from the game. It was really cool. I just got it to introduce Trevor and show how gross the living quarters are there with the
cockroaches.
Yeah. So then we have this phone call, and he tells me he needs me to meet him. I want to get close to you, man. Sure, bro. Feels like we ain't
that some people are dependable.
So I'll replace Franklin's audio, but I recorded that just to get him talking on the phone. And then this is where I meet him out back. And I set up a little dialogue scene. Yeah, Carrie, there. You're on the map. There's the parking garage. It's really where it is. It's kind of shot on location. This is what's fun about this, right? You could never do this like on a budget. Like, how could you shoot all this?
You couldn't.
Never, right? No. But with the sandbox game, you can, if you have the time and the patience, you know, you can like recreate a lot of stuff. And then my thing is to like tie in other games.
Oh yeah.
To just like enhance it. And so this part, he's basically telling me that he knows people from my club, and that's why he's reaching out to me. So I tell him, oh, you know Bro Love, that's our hand thing. And he goes like, yeah, dude. I'm like, Bro Love, you must know Bro Love. Yeah, rock on, bro. No, that's not it, man. That's not it. That's not it. Like, and then this, he's picking at his face. I got him like blowing snot out his nose, I think. Just being a gross human being. So anyway, he tells him that like they need him to sub in because the opponent for the main event like called out, and so he's gonna have to face Franklin. And basically, they're like, yeah, I heard you're a wrestling fan. Like this is your time, kid. Like we need you to step in there. Don't be chicken or whatever, right? And so he's basically like finally talks me into it, like, all right, I do it. Like I'm super worried. And this is where he eventually says, don't worry, just tuck your neck and count the lights, right? So that's me getting determined, like I got this, I'm gonna do this, right? Like show me what you got, kid. Oh, don't hurt yourself. All right, so this is them throwing me the gear, like telling me what I gotta wear. They closed that. Of course, I don't know what it is beforehand. So I've opened the bag, and then I'm like, oh, shit, what the fuck is this? Like, this is gonna be a disaster.
Yes. Amazing.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Lagos, Nigeria, weighing in at 210 pounds, the Masked Man.
Like, fucking great. I'm El Generico in fucking Los Santos. Like, what does my life come to? This is not the way you want to make your entry into wrestling. This is not what I had fantasized about. I did not survive getting shot for this.
So which game did this come from?
This is the WWE game at the time. This is I guess probably 2K20 or whatever, 21, whatever it was. Really fun though that they include all these kind of different arenas and different looks, and they have their own little editor mode that you can shoot scenes in and stuff. So tried to make good use of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's just getting booed out the damn building. And then I had downloaded like a Franklin and like tweaked it up a little bit, and then I put a mask on him anyway, just to be like the hometown hero.
And his opponent from the South Side, weighing in at 240 pounds, Unbreakable Ethan Elijah, the Urban Gladiator.
And then I'll add even like more cheers and stuff to make his applause. Actually, I got some good sound effects here. Got some crowd sounds. What do we got here? That's the little. You know what I mean? So get it going. You know what I mean? Get a little.
Oh yeah.
Get it hype. So yeah, and then there'll just be us talking through this match.
It's just right.
Yeah, I got to keep it super basic, right? Like he's supposed to like not really have any clue what he's doing. So his timing's deliberately off. Like his, I had to make it like a working bad match.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but you could do that, right? Like you could throw a knee into the guy when he tells you to. You know what I mean? Like it's real. And then I'll have him like talking stuff because like in the in wrestling, the more experienced wrestlers like calling the match, like telling them what to do. Hey kid, throw the knee, get ready to take a bump, that type of stuff. So I'll have him doing that. Yeah, I gotta get rid of these crowd. They shouldn't be booing him. He's a good guy. There we go. There we go. And then we get the cheers going. There we go. Oh, looks good. Yeah, there we go. Making them look strong. Oh. He's like, I got no moves. What do I do?
His outfit is so
Oh my goodness. And he actually looks like a really good wrestler. Like he's got this. He's handling it. He's like, don't worry, kid, I can work with a broomstick. Right, and there it goes. Tuck your neck and count the lights.
There they are.
Right, so then that'll be fade to black on that's part one. So yeah, I just took you through a tour of the thing, right? So this was like way before I started doing counter-apologetics, right? So now that I'm doing that, I'm like, oh, this just fits in. I'm just gonna get a couple episodes in, introduce the call to the flying man, and just roll it into the storytelling somehow. But yeah, thanks for letting me nerd out with you for a while there.
Good, for sure. That's cool. I'm trying to remember because there was. Is it like what? There was a like one of the early YouTube. I think it was YouTube. Maybe it might have been before YouTube. Was like.
Hang on one sec. YouTube Punk, I will definitely send you some lines. Go ahead.
Yeah, like one of the early shows or like series on YouTube was basically like a video game that they were putting words to, right? Like it's been done. It's like kind of like,
it's sweet.
It was a YouTube like origin thing that you could do on YouTube that you couldn't really do on anything else. Like before it just wasn't viable.
Right. That's kind of what I think of now is I'm trying to do things on YouTube that aren't really viable on YouTube, but are totally things you can get away with on Twitch. Right. And I hope that kind of rubs off. Like, I kind of think people will be like, oh, yeah, there are a lot of counter-apologists, but I don't really see a lot of them playing GTA, so I'm going to, like, check this out. Like, you know, just because that's different. And then I think you'll see more of that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like, well, I mean, you even see it, like, in some people. I mean, I guess I'll use Doug. I think Doug's last stream, he was talking a lot more about, like, his other interests, right? So there's what you know people for, and then there's the other stuff. And so, like, if it's finance stuff, like, he's interested in that, right? Like, it's what he does for his job. Or if it's like fit, like some people are like, yeah, I do my fitness stuff on like another stream or whatever.
Yeah. Rebecca today told us she has 3 streams.
Does she really? I didn't know that.
She has Bread of Life, she has Examining Evolution, and then she has a stream in like another language, like a Persian channel or something crazy.
Does she speak Persian?
Yeah. Her and my MyOneBlack Friend started speaking some language. I was like, what is happening right now? I didn't even know. I was literally like freaking out. I felt like I was in like a different dimension or something. It was so wild.
Were you on hers or was she on?
She was on ours. She came on a hot program.
Oh, she was on a hot program. Okay,
which I thought was huge because like we have no viewers, right? Like it's just like, you know, it's just a cool thing of her to do. It's definitely not a situation where you can say like, it's not like she's using us to get big or get exposure or something. She's just being kind and like, yeah, I'll show up. I'm home and available type of deal.
Yeah. No, I mean that's nice of her to do for sure. It's I mean, I hope that like it can be challenging to follow all the different channels, right? So it's wild because unless someone explicitly says like I've got 3 channels, because the way the algorithm works, you might never know.
You might never know.
You don't know.
You might never
and
know.
They might even want it that way. Right?
Yes, that's what I thought originally. And I think she corrected that because she told me that she actually puts the links in. I just have never heard her really push it. And like, fair play for you to not push your other channels all the time. Like, if that's not how you get down, and if they're in the links of if they're in your descriptions, you're clearly not hiding them. So, so it was cool to like hear her kind of talk about that. And I've put a lot of channels out there, and I know people don't get it. And you know, it's like to each their own. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You know, I have my reasons. Other people have theirs. For me, it was just simple. Like, imagine you were like, yo, Jay, I want to start a podcast. And we were just doing it for shits and giggles, right? Well, someday it might become something or might go a certain direction or whatever. And so I'd rather just it have its own space. That way, if people donate to it or follow it or like it or whatever, or don't, then it's got its own. It's off on its own thing. Yeah, and if it takes off, then it's like, cool, that's got its own kind of space.
Well, and when you're sharing it with someone too, it's like you both have your own individual audiences.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then like they may, presumably you're hoping for like that there's some overlap there, right? And also like, and this is not a knock on anyone. It's just like if there's 2 people doing a stream together, it may be the case that like someone's just like, I like when they're together, but like I came from Jay's channel, so like I'm really kind of like I'm Team Jay here.
Sure.
And like I like his content. I vibe with him more because I don't speak Persian or whatever.
Right. Farsi. It was Farsi. Okay, great. Thanks for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, are there some creators that like, what are some creators that you would like to have like on your streams that you haven't?
Oh, there's so many. You know, I think
like that are realist. Let's put
people like people like Doug and Danny and Nate. I consider them like a little clique or something, and I definitely want to have those guys. Certainly, some of the viewers like, Deepak, some of the people that I guess you see pop up on streams a lot, James Apperson, I'm mispronouncing that. Just like some of the people we see regularly. We love having No Name on. I'd love to have YouTube and Nanopunk, like just some of the people I see in chat regularly. For me, I would actually like to have more theists on. So I'm trying to like get in their Discords or their Facebook groups or whatever I can do to kind of reach more people. I think those conversations are more interesting, I'd love to have like Derek on. Some of those people, like, to get more of their story, to get to get more personally acquainted with them, kind of have a chance to ask them more questions and see what comes up. And then I think I do really want to start having scholars on, especially scientists and evolutionary biologists. I'm kind of realizing that I've always felt this way. Like, our community is like fans of evolution. Like, there's a lot of people who find it really interesting. I kind of think to some extent we'll disappoint them because most of us don't really feel a strong connection between evolution and atheism.
Yeah.
We just see it as a science, doesn't really have anything to say about that. But I think, nevertheless, they'll be excited that there's an audience that wants to learn more about evolution and hear more about it. And I also just think that I'm realizing there's so much of exposing people to what the culture is really like among scientists that I think in his own way is a very powerful counter-apologetic that people don't, that I've sort of been underestimating. So for instance, just understanding, like, I don't know, do you remember like Taylor, the cell biologist?
Yeah,
so
I watched that.
Like a lot of that, it's one thing for me to just sit here and say all day long, like, this is not scientific, this is trash, scientists don't talk like that. But when I had, the opportunity to like play some of her footage for Rodrigo, my friend, and he was just immediately like, oh my goodness, like he just couldn't even take it. He was like, I need a break, like I can't, like I'm over, like it's obvious that I'm not pulling this out of my ass. It's obvious that, this is a clear observation. Even to the point of, like, I'm saying it's really weird that she's not transparent about where she works or where she goes to school, because I always make the point, people know my academic affiliations. They're not hard to find, but like Rodrigo practiced his talk on stream, and like within the first 3 slides, it was like, I'd like to thank my colleagues at the Travisano Lab, everybody at the University of Minnesota, go Gophers. Yeah, it's how real academics talk. Like, your academic credentials, you lead with those. Every paper you write and submit, you have to declare your author affiliations. It literally is expected to be public information about you that's easy to find and available at all times. So when you say, oh, I don't let anybody know because I've had bad experiences with that, we can't rule that out, but this is real fishy. Yeah. It's real fishy because most of us just deal with it. Again, you're not the first academic to have a controversial opinion or stance on an issue. I mean, that's par for the course. So it's just stuff like that that's weird. And when you have other people on, they're able to speak to that. Or like the thing when she started taking a drink, because some of us have had the suspicions that maybe her lab backdrop is like a backdrop. Although I don't know, because I don't see any traces of pulling a key. So if she's doing a green screen thing, it's almost a perfect green screen job. But one of the things that was suspicious is like she's always like drinking. And so when I saw it, I was like, Rodrigo, what's the policy on food and drink in the lab? Absolutely no food or drink in the lab. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just like everybody. It's a huge no. So it's fun to just expose people to those things, because to me, that says more than like jumping in the weeds of like the details about this cellular process or that, because that goes over people's head. But people understand, like, yo, we're pulling your card because you don't even seem to understand the basic rules of the culture. you keep saying stuff like scientific impossibilities. Scientists don't talk like that. So,
right. Well, I think like, so what I keep bringing up, Nathan and James doing bad apologetics, but the reason that I think it's interesting is because I think it could be applied to different domains, right? The format, which is that they generally have some video. It may not be a video, but usually I think it's a video, and they're going to go through it and just chop it, right? I mean, it's getting picked apart.
Right.
And you might think like, okay, it's boring for people, but when you slow down the video and you really do go through step by step and you compare and contrast what an actual, like with a critical eye, what's going on, that can be interesting. Now it's not going to be interesting to everyone, but certainly for some people it is. And it allows you to kind of like see the tricks, for lack of a better, tricks of what's going on. Like when that phrase is used, like, is that really, or are they equivocating on like what the meaning of that word is or this word? And it would be interesting, I think, to hear someone who's working in a similar field or the same field just be like, nah, that's what the way that is being said is not how we would say it, and here's why. Right. And like really going, because it's so, one of the things that's hard is like, say you have like an hour-long debate or whatever, it can be so dense and there's just so many claims and so many things made that I think it makes it more approachable for people who are not in, they may be interested, right? But they're not in the field, so they can't really do the critical thinking, but they know there's something not quite right here. And it's like, how do you find that?
And that's the primary difference to me, is that the people that are not good take simple things and try to make them sound really complex. Like, William Lane Craig comes to mind. That's, to me, the hallmark of Jordan Peterson, is to take the most mundane, simple observation about human nature and turn it into this grandiose, like, sermon. And it's just like, bro, you've added nothing to anyone. Whereas the brilliant people, to me, are the people who take something that is inherently complex and they can just explain it in a way that, like, a really competent 10th grader is going to be like, yeah, I follow you. I kind of understand what you're saying. And, like, that, to me, is, like, the clear difference. Like, you should be taking the complex and making it simpler. And, so I also feel like it's weird for me because I always felt like I didn't want to become, like, the science guy. Like, to me, I think I always felt like if I one, it's just not my personality, right? I genuinely, part of the reason I've been celebrating this sort of situation where I, like, did the whole Purple Haze song and dance with at an academic evolution conference is because, to be honest, that is like career suicide. And if it's a thing where if I would have asked, my advisor or anybody sane if I should do something like that, they would have had to tell me no, right? Because, like, really just no. It's a complete departure from what's considered appropriate decorum, and you just graduated, you're like a first-year postdoc, like, you're supposed to be doing everything in your power to make yourself like an appealing hire to these universities. And so it's like, play it by the book, talk about your science, and try to get yourself a job, So like putting on a wig and an Elvis costume and doing a 2 minutes worth of entrance music is definitely not the way to go. But it's like, I just did it, and then everybody, like, loved it.
Right.
And for me, like, getting back to this whole thing about not wanting to be the science guy, it's like the reason that's so huge for me is because I actually felt like it gave me permission to be myself professionally in a way I really needed. Because the typical science thing genuinely bores me. I don't see myself as a science nerd like that. I kind of am real different from my colleagues in that way. I don't want to sit around talking about science all the time. I think most of their stuff is boring. I think my research is cool. That's why I do it. And I also am a person who like does science for money. So it's like, I think it's sweet to get paid to do research. I think it's much less sweet to like be forced to sit and listen to somebody go on about some gene regulation for 30 minutes. I'm like, nah, let's get back to me getting paid to like make cool experiments on my computer. Like, let's get, or like teaching my students, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I'm not with it. So I like this new thing I'm doing, but it almost makes the people like want to hear your science more, and they want to know more about what you do rather than trying to like ram the science down their throat. I'm gonna make you care about science, like it's like no, you know, it's like, all right, Jay, we you know, like that's what I love about the show, like the way I layered in the show. It's like just teased in there a little bit, and then it's like, you could go look that paper up and read it. That's a real paper. You're like, oh my goodness, you really. And then I made this music video, and I released a video that I did with it where I had to give like a lab talk, and instead of like just giving like a PowerPoint presentation, I like had my GTA character give the lab talk, and I like showed that to everybody in my lab, and people really liked it. And I said, well, the reason I made it is because I made this music video. I've been working on all this other stuff, and people in my community actually asked to hear more about my research. And that was such a different foundation for a video about my research, to be asked to make a video about my research. Oh, we want to hear more about it, than me constantly trying to get people to care about it. Yeah,
when
exactly.
They don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting the it's like, well, I don't know. I'll use it as like it's hard to get kids sometimes to get excited about reading, right?
Sure.
So is the answer to be like, here's the book that if you read, it's gonna get you the best job, right? Well, kids don't care about getting a job.
Right.
So that's not a very good way to get kids to read, right?
Right.
So it's like you gotta like layer it on over time, and there's gotta be like they've gotta like have seen the people. And I don't just mean kids, I just mean like
people in general. Yeah, for sure.
Right? Because, well, we're all kind of big kids sometimes. And so it's like you got to layer these pieces on before there's genuine interest. And only then, when there's genuine interest, are there going to be people who are like just sitting there digging into, you know, the gene, like you said, like the specific gene that you're in, you know, that you were doing your research on or something. It's
right,
like,
for sure.
You got to like lead them quite a long way.
It's much better, right, to just get them reading about anything they're interested in.
Yeah.
Anything, even if it's like the kid who wants the weirdest whatever it is, like it doesn't matter. Like one thing I noticed is growing up is, I think part of, you know, I think I was probably always going to do fine with reading and writing, to be honest. But I think something that helped a tremendous amount was fantasy wrestling. Like, it just was this thing where we were online, you know, reading these message boards for hours. We were interacting with adults. We were kids. People would be blown away. We'd be like, oh, how old are you? People would be 35. Or, you know, they'd be grown people. We'd be like 12, 13. They'd be like, what? But we were just wrestling nerds. We just wanted to do it. It was fun. People read our stuff. They responded to it. You responded to them. You had friends. You interacted on the out of character board. So we were into it. But we were reading and writing all the time. We were constantly writing these stories. You just had to churn them out. And so I look back at that and I go, oh my goodness. It's like you tricked yourself into, you know, reading and writing a lot because you just cared and you were interested. So I totally agree. And I feel the same way about science. Like, you can't bore kids into wanting, you can't bore young people into wanting to be scientists. And I always say too, like, the comparison is they're not going to make the kind of money that they make if they're going to be a doctor or a lawyer. But the difference is they can take that thing that they think is like the coolest thing ever and they can make that their way of life, right? Like my friends that are soil people, they just love them some goddamn soil. They just think soil's the most fucking fascinating shit ever, and they get to play in the fucking dirt all day long and teach other people how to play in the dirt. And they couldn't be happier, you know. And I know some people, they're dolphins people, and they are with the dolphins. You understand what I'm telling you? And it's like that's what's up. And then nobody tells you, you know, when to be or what to wear and all of that type of stuff. So to me, you've got to sell that to people and show that to them. You know, their being themselves is not going to look like mine, but they at least are inspired when they're like, oh, he's just doing his thing, you know. Oh, cool, maybe I could do my thing, you know. Like,
exactly. Yeah. Well, and you're not like the other challenging thing is like, yes, a lot of important science gets done in labs, but a lot of important science gets done outside of labs, and some of the people that have done important science, like, you don't have to be associated with an institution to do science. Like,
right.
You can do science on your own. And I think that's where, like, can you do bad science on your own? Yeah, you can do bad science on your own. Like, you can do some good science on your own. Like,
absolutely.
It's a method. So it's like, it doesn't, I think that's where, just from an approach standpoint, it's like, sometimes you'll see someone doing science, and the best thing to do is, like, when they're doing it, you're just like, you know what you just did, right? And they're like, no. And you're like, oh, that was some science you just did. And they're like, oh, okay. I have kids, right? So I'm just like, yeah, like, so I asked you before what you thought would happen, and then, you know, you tried something and it didn't work. Like, so that's doing science, right? Like, potentially, if you can recreate it. And so maybe it's like bugs, or I don't know, whatever, you know, some plant, like maybe it's gardening or something like that. But and you're just kind of trying to plant some seeds, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I think it's challenging, because you can get into like, well, I mean, I work and then all that stuff, and you're like, oh man, like, am I planting enough of those little seeds, or like, are they getting exposed to this stuff? And you just like never know.
Right.
Whether you're doing enough, right? But you just kind of hope like you're putting them in enough situations.
Do you feel like you're never doing enough? I have this theory about children. I would say, I'd always say that they're not expensive. They're as expensive as humanly possible. And what I mean by that is there's a certain way in which our culture of parenting is like, oh, like, you send your kids to a pretty good school, right? But could you send them to this like other more expensive, prestigious school? Well, like, shouldn't you do that if you can? And like, well, if you could afford to send them to like the even, you know what I mean? Shouldn't you do that? And like, we have this culture that's like, you know, kind of puts that pressure on you. And I'm like, God, that must feel terrible as a parent to feel like you are my most expensive thing. I spend all of my best and first whatever's on you, and I still, and it's not even the stuff they say, right? I'm sure every once in a while they say stuff like, why'd you burn my dinner? Or why don't I have the same birthday party Tommy had? And they're little jabs at you. But without those jabs, right, your inner dialogue's probably doing enough of that to you, you think? And I just imagine,
because like evolutionarily, that's what you're doing, right? I mean, if you're not everyone, there's certainly people that don't, right? For whatever reason, maybe it's like I don't know, substances, maybe it's mental stuff, whatever. But like, yeah, if you're, I would say they're most expensive they are expensive in money terms or whatever, but they are expensive in terms of like brain cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, like cognitive space and time. Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, like, I probably don't need to devote this much time to them. And I think like it was way worse with the first kid, because you feel so inadequate, right?
Sure.
Because you don't know what you're doing,
and you haven't had one survive you yet. So
exactly. And so I feel like you know when you're talking to a parent, because they're of course going to tell you they're a parent. Why are they going to tell you? because it's like all encompassing, right?
Sure.
It takes over, and eventually you get back to your other stuff, like, and I've thought like, oh, maybe I'll do a YouTube channel. I'm a web developer, so I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do like a senior developer pairs with like a junior developer and like stream it or something.
Oh, well, keep me posted. Actually, you know what? You could do that with me. Because
Okay.
I'm like, I'm starting out with coding on my own, sort of the type of experiments and software I do. I used to do, like, I can code the basics, but I used to basically do something where I had to just, like, do configuration files and program some batch jobs. And now I'm more like, no, I need to build my own genetic algorithms and brains from the ground up. And I work with some great developers, but yeah, it's really fun. And I've been doing a lot of, I'll actually be doing them like this week. I do a lot of like code and chill streams.
Nice.
And yeah, that's something that, again, like Twitch is really good. So YouTube kind of, the algorithms are really different, right? YouTube, you subscribe to channels. So what happens is, like, on the Jay Bundy channel, it's growing, but it's mostly growing from like the counter-apologetics community. And it's hard for me to get my other communities like over to that channel because that's what's there, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to put too much other stuff there.
Right.
But like, that's why I started doing a lot on the Pocketlocker86 channel, because it's just mirroring like my Twitch culture more. In Twitch, it's like, I'm bad about changing categories. Like in Twitch, you can really just change categories all the time, but it's super sweet because if I put like code and chill, I put like in my tag like C++, Linux, Python, programming, right? And then people who were like, and then I put the category as science and technology.
Right.
And so then people who are looking for those categories or those keywords like find my stuff. And then YouTube, and this is a huge difference. I'm just realizing all this stuff because you get knee deep in this shit, right? And all right, so think about YouTube. When you search for something on YouTube, what do? Like you play whatever's in, and then for the most part, you click on the first thing that pops up. Maybe you'll look over the first few things and then click on the shortest one that looks like it could, like, because right, you're like, I need an answer to this question, and like a 3-minute video is like way better than like this 10-minute. Like I don't have time for all that. And so people have talked about this, like if you're a business and you rely on people finding your business on Google, if you're not on like the first few entries on the first page, like forget about it. And if you're not on the first page, like he said, like you're not a real business.
Yeah.
Well, Twitch, people dive for small streams. It's very common on Twitch. People will go to a category. A lot of times the category deliberately defines small streamers. Oh, a lot of people stream this really obtuse game. You know, and they're like, yeah, cool, I'm gonna go see if anybody's streaming this thing. And then they do, and then not only will they go look for the weird category, the rare category, they'll be like, oh, there's 14 people watching the guy who's on like the first couple at that. Nah, I don't want that. That's a big stream. There's a lot going on. They'll scroll to the bottom and look for somebody who has 0 to 4 viewers and deliberately go watch those streams. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Yeah, because it's cool. Like it's Twitch. Like people are looking for whatever. They're looking for vibes, something different, something chill, finding somebody new. They know their watch time will mean more to that person. They're interested in discovering a new community or something different. They also get more interaction, right? They're not interacting with 13, 14 other people and having a hard time balancing the chat and the game and all that. They can sit there and have a meaningful back and forth, and so.
Well, I mean, I think like it's interesting you mentioned that because, obviously, like I mentioned, like I consume YouTube for entertainment, but like I consume your channel differently than that, right? Like because you're small
interesting,
right now,
yeah,
right. So I when I watch your channel, I feel more like this is like a group of friends hanging out or something,
right.
Even though like it's, that's true for like other channels too, but it's a lot of time like it's dependent on like who's willing to join the stream and stuff like that.
Right.
Whereas like in the chat on yours, like there's usually I when you're small enough, you see the same.
You see the same names. Yeah, exactly.
Right? And
yeah.
that's cool because
Yeah.
you're just like, oh, I know you. Like I've seen you
Right.
before, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if that's happening too on Twitch, where it's like people join smaller streams because, like, yeah, they could join the big streams, but when they do the small ones, like, they're more likely to just,
Yeah.
like you said, get that interaction, get that, like, just familiar faces are easier in smaller groups. And I find this, like, even myself, I'm not people like I'll go places where there's a lot of people if I need to, but I prefer in a lot of ways like to have a slightly smaller group of people that I can have like more like these kinds of
get to know.
conversations or something. Yeah. But so yeah, I think there's some of that too that probably goes on, and the internet, like before in the early times, right? You mentioned like forums and stuff like that,
right?
And I mean, social media is one thing you can consume, but I'm not so sure that it is really easy in a lot of platforms, or wasn't for at least for there was like a 10-year section there where forums were kind of like going down, like people were using forums less and people were ramping up on social media. And I think people like really missed out on that because, for example, like I'm a web developer, right? So I did like front-end web development and stuff. I learned all that stuff on like web forums from from people.
Right.
Again, it was like you, where it's like adults, but I'm young and I'm trying to learn.
Right.
And when you're learning, you want to see familiar faces because you're trying to figure out like who knows what they're talking about and who's really doesn't.
Right.
And you got to be able. You're trying to like sort through all this information, and I think it's easier to do that in small groups sometimes.
I agree. And the thing of thinking about professionally is interesting too, because I feel like liberated more so than a lot of content creators. I always realized if I ever was gonna grow as a channel or something, like it'd have to be as a variety streamer, because I would never want people to become fixed on like, I'm gonna do this one thing. I always kind of felt sorry for content creators, because again, you end up in a position where, well, what if I don't want to play Fortnite today? Well, I like have to, And then,
sounds awful.
Yeah, I know. For me, it's just like, it just sounds like the worst. And then it's not fun anymore. And for me, it's like, I love the fact that I have a day job. I think that's a real important part of it for me. And then like teaching, we teach small classes, and usually for me, they're the best classes to teach. And so it's very easy. So like one of the things I was saying to my advisor was, I was like, well, what if I was like, well, they pay us to teach 15 students. Now that's great. That means we're putting ourselves in a good situation, our students in a good situation. But I was like, so if we supplement that with like 5 or 6 people from the internet, like that's a, sizable supplement to our class, right? If we can get 10, like that would be crazy,
Yeah.
So, and then it's like the same thing where with your students, you're with them twice a week, same time every time, some common things for everybody to think about in between, because you're reading together. And so I started to think that would be a great thing, like, because I took Carrier, Richard Carrier?
Yeah.
I took his Google class on the historicity of
really?
Jesus. Yeah, I had the book, and I had like read like little bits here and there, and I always thought his stuff was really good, and I was watching as much of his stuff to get as deep in there, and I had some burning questions, mainly about like Peter and James. And I heard Derek talking about it one time, and Derek said he was going to take it. So I just took it the same time Derek took it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I think like if you like, what's challenging is you don't really know. You could look at someone and you could be like, oh, like this is what they do for their day job, but their outside interests don't correspond with that at all, right? So it's like you're trying to like even with you, you're just like, well, my day job is this, but my other interests are like much more varied. And so, people, I think, it's hard to know like how to find people that are going to want to show up for your content if all you like. There's a lot of companies out there, they ask like, what's your profession, and then they send me like content based on what my profession is, and that's like the stupidest thing they could possibly do, right? Because I don't make decisions at my job based on like what email I just recently got. Like that's just not the kind of person I am. And maybe there's like maybe a bunch of people do that, but I mean, I think that's where communities can be helpful, because people, when they're outside of their day job and they're like, oh, you know what, like I'm really interested in this or that, like they're gonna find the community first.
Yeah.
And then the content is just adjacent to the community.
Yeah, I always went to like a small school, and I have kind of like this small school mentality. And so the thing I wanted to really emphasize, even with the episode that I showed you, I just got caught up in watching it. But the point I really wanted to make with that was that all of those little things, they're not only parts of my real life, but they're all very real communities. Right. So they're all very like, again, like I'm talking about my real academic community, my real mentor, real scholars I interact with. I'm talking about a real federation has its own history. I'm talking about a real motorcycle club on GTA that's its own subculture and its whole world. And then when you bring in the counter-apologetics and the cult of the flying man, which will totally sound ridiculous, it'll be like, nope, that's actually a real thing. Like that's it. And so what's cool about it is all those communities are then real, and that's kind of becomes your audience in a way.
Yeah.
And so like I would always say, like, what's cool about my music video, for instance, is that maybe, I don't know, maybe I pulled it down and put it up on a different channel, but let's say 50 people have seen it. Well, I know 35 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And what's cool is that I can tell you about the bunch of times my members of my motorcycle club have like come in the party singing it, like, oh, I love that, bro, I thought that was so good. So when you have that experience, like to your point about community, that's a hit. You're like, that's a smash hit. How do I know? Because my friends liked it. If it was trash, my friends would have tore me a new one, because that's what friends do. Like,
and you enjoyed making it,
and I enjoyed making it.
Learned a bunch.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same way in school. Like, your friends, I used to play like at mass for school mass, or like the band concert. Your friends are never gonna put over the school mass voluntarily, because it's the corny thing everybody hates doing. They're never gonna put over the band concert because it's lame and nobody likes the band concert. So if you get them singing along, or tapping their feet, or moving, or after the band concert they're going, hey, that was pretty cool when you guys played that song. I really like that. That's because they like that shit.
Exactly.
That's because of it, right? That's it.
You overcame like the board baseline, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's fun, and then you don't really, you're not really too concerned about, am I gonna go viral or whatever? You're like, I don't really care, It's not how I pay my bills.
That's right.
Yeah. So
and that's the key, I guess. As long as it's not, it seems like if it was the thing you needed to pay your bills, like you would be so much more hamstrung in what you could do.
Yeah.
Like it would. I mean, as much as like, yeah, like scheduling stuff, I suppose every single person's different. Like there's going to be like, I want to schedule this or whatever. Like I kind of understand where like Pine Creek comes from, and like not letting your hobbies, the thing that's great about hobbies is like not letting them overtake, like control you. Like you want to control your hobbies, not have them control you. I think it's hard sometimes, because like sometimes it is easy to believe like I could actually make something out of this, and then it's like, oh, you know what, maybe I'm not going to do that. And then you're like, you know what, I'll just do it for fun, because that's okay. It's okay to do things for fun.
Yeah, totally. Even for me, like a lot of it is I wanted to see if could I make this thing and get people into it and go, oh, that's really about him, and then realize, oh, if I watch his stream, I might catch him making it. And then like get into that, right? Because I fell in love with the community really of like tutorial people. So my real thing that drew me to like YouTube content originally was like drum stuff and production stuff. So the idea that the people that mix all the records that you hear on the radio have like their own YouTube channels. And they're all like celebrities in the like music production mixing world, right? And so the fact that I could like watch their YouTube videos, like learn the techniques that they used on some record with some artist like Adele or Beyonce, right? And then pull up my little DAW and like use it with my little stuff and be like, oh my God, I get it. Like I see how they did that. It's so fucking cool, right? That's what got me into like the whole space. And then what flipped my mind was the business model was like, wait a second. It's crazy because now they're in a world where like the artists, the big name artists have to pay them like a certain premium, not just because they're so good at what they do, but also because they've been able to build successful businesses of their streaming, of their content creation. And so now if you want them to take their time and devote it to your music project, which you're going to make exclusive, and you're going to say, oh, you can't play this project on the air because it's such a big thing. You can't play it on the air on your stream. And you got to actually come to the studio and sit here and mix it because that's what they're going to be like, you have to pay me the like not streaming price premium. And on top of that, you want me to leave, right? Most people don't even do that. They just send it to them and they mix it at home, right? So I was like, oh, that's crazy. And then it's like people started to talk to me about like, oh, this is crazy. All these people, they're making all this money playing video games. They're becoming professional video gamers. I'm like, no, what should blow your mind is the people who are like, I can't play video games anymore professionally. I can no longer afford to travel and win six-figure tournaments playing Fortnite competitively because I make too much money sitting at home in my boxer shorts, streaming for my friends, and it's costing me too much money to play video games professionally. When I started to put that together, I was like, the game has changed. Everything is different. But
the number of people is so high that it doesn't take much, right?
Right.
Because it's not niche. It's not like apologetics or something like
right,
that.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
You better have like you don't want to do anything that like completely turns off, say, half the community, because half the community is like a lot. Whereas with games, in gaming, there's plenty of people to fill in if you like make a misstep here or there.
Absolutely.
But I still don't quite. I mean, I'm pretty old, I guess, and so it's pretty wild to see how things have really accelerated.
And I don't think that I'll ever get to the point that of like a lot of the guys in our community at where they are like monetizing stuff. But what I really would be dope at is, for me, like it said, it's a professional tie-in. So my thing is I'm an evolutionary biologist, but my other thing is science and multimedia. So I'm trying to become like show people my expertise and like the science of how to like make multimedia and stuff, right? And also how to use multimedia in the sciences. So for me, just showing people what can be done is the point. And so I hope that bigger content creators like steal my ideas. That would be a big compliment to me, right? Like I can make a 24/7 Jay Bundy channel and it won't make $1. I hope my friends like come hang out at it once in a while. Even if like every couple times a week people come through and make some comments, I'm like, no, that's just cool. We're rocking. It's worth leaving. Let the machine run. It's fine. Right. But if somebody like Doug is like, I saw that and I like tried it, they could actually make money with it. Like, what I'm saying? For them, it could be like a difference maker. Like you could take this and do something with it. Like you got a big enough audience. If Rebecca did this with 6,000 subscribers, you know what I'm saying? So that would be a huge compliment to me. Like steal my idea, actually do something with it, and then I'd be like, see, I was on to something. Like that's just, you know what I mean? Like to me, that would be super great. For me, I'm mostly doing it because it's a hobby, it's fun, and to me, it represents the next challenge. And to me, it gets into the fun of the like character for me. Like, it's like, I want the fun thing to be like, well, what channel is he starting now? Where is he going to be? Almost like a where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Go subscribe to me over here. Follow me over here, you know, and just trying to make it fun, right?
Yeah,
and
for
then
sure.
doing different things like, how do I get it so I can start a 24/7 channel so my grow is on autopilot, and then make one for my house, and then make another one for Evolution. It's just like the next challenge. It's like I do the audio stuff, I'm learning the animation, I'm doing the video editing. So now for me, the next thing is like, let's make this place a fully tricked out broadcast studio, and then start a whole ass network of channels, just because I really want to be like, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. And I'm only gonna really know I can do it if I just do it. So I'm gonna just do it, right? Yeah. I don't know if anybody's gonna watch any of them, but like I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna watch them, and I'm gonna be like, that's pretty fucking cool. You know, I do that sometimes. I just go live and I'm like, look at me, I'm live on like four networks right now. I'm live on 4 different platforms. Look at me go. It's just kind of nice. Yeah.
Do you ever get like, because you do a lot of this stuff. You're doing all of it. Well, I should say all you're doing all of it yourself. Do you ever feel like that because you're like, okay, I'm on this, like I'm pushing like in these areas, then I have to like let this stuff go for a while. You know what I mean? Because like you can do some things.
Yeah.
What you have to like pick your battles,
yeah,
right? And
yeah.
so you're like, okay, for now, like this stuff's on the back burner.
Yeah.
I'm not completely shutting it down, but it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
that's what's happened with Sacred. Like streaming in general, right? There was like a couple years I didn't stream. Like I just didn't. I didn't feel like I could commit to doing it regularly. And I also felt like I had extended my time in grad school as much as I could extend it. And that if I did anything that, jeopardized my priorities or anything like that, I wouldn't be able to like live with myself. So that was something that was tough. And then Sacred was like the same thing. It really all started to come together for me. I started to really see it. I started to really put it together. And then it had to get put on the back burner. And only now am I really starting to start to try to carve out time for it, which is mostly because now I've done some of those other things professionally where now I can like sit down with my boss and be like, I need time to make this show. And whereas before he'd be like, I don't know why you would do that. He'd be like, that's probably not a good thing to do right now. Now he'll be like, okay, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, you go ahead. You know what I mean? So, that definitely happens. And also different things pop up. Like, I've been wanting to work a lot on Hot Program. I've wanted to get the bot going, the store going. I've wanted a lot of those things to get more advanced, and I realized with like Rebecca coming on and the other broadcast and some of the other technical things I've had to just focus on, keep it simple right now, make sure it works, do what's just reliable. We could worry about all that other bullshit later. Just focus on doing a good stream right now. I have issues right now with like the bots. I thought I set up the bot and tested it and made sure the stuff happens, and now I got people redeeming stuff and the redeems aren't going off and I don't know what's happening. That type of stuff is happening, and like you said, it's really nobody to it. But I think in the end, in the long run, that's a huge part of the content for me. To be honest with you, I'm new at Counter-Apologetics. I'm new as a scientist. I just got out of grad school. I'm a first-year postdoc. I'm trash at video games. Like, complete trash at video games, okay? Yeah. I'm a dead solid live drummer. I can mix and do post-productive stuff. I'm kind of creative, and I'm ballsy, right? I'm not afraid to fail. But for me, I think the sort of in the studio stuff, it's why I had to change cameras and get extra camera angles. I think that's the stuff where people will say, oh, that's what Jay's uniquely like good at, right? Like when I make that video or make Sacred, people go, oh, that takes a lot of work, and putting all that together, that's the thing, right? That's a thing I can be uniquely like good at. So for me, I like that because even though there's a lot of hiccups, and sometimes they get to the point people can't take them. Like I can't do the sound issues right now, or frozen cameras, or whatever it might be. I think when those things get worked out and people just start to see, because I've been through that part of the journey before, like where one, it's a sign of growth. Anytime a streamer is working through stuff, change means stuff happening and not going right, and you test everything, but you go live and then shit happens, you know? So it's always a sign of change. But eventually it gets really rock solid, right? And it's just like, oh man, people kind of remembered. They know how you got there. They were there with you, right? And so they even little stuff like the gate. You know, people remember hearing my air conditioner just blow like for hours on end, uncontrollably, you know. And so even just little victories like today, when we had Rebecca on, she just said, Jay, I got to tell you, I really love the sound of your microphone. You know, just has a really nice audio, a really nice quality to it. And she said, I've always really liked that. And in that moment, I think we were failing to go live, but we were trying to be live and we weren't live. I had like an echo thing going on with the sound that I was trying to track down, couldn't figure out. We ended up having the beeping thing happen. So it was in the middle of a technical nightmare. But that little compliment, you know, was like progress. All right, it's not all trash all the time. We're making progress here. So, you know, you hang on stuff like that. Yeah,
that's at the end of the day, like you said, like there's a lot of people. Well, even for me, like saying yes to just coming on someone's like random stream, you know, like people get like so anxious about that kind of thing. I mean, I do anyway, I guess. And so yeah, like putting yourself out there over and over and over again. Like, I mean, I'm sure it just, you know, eventually maybe becomes a little bit more like, oh yeah, I'll just do it or whatever. Cause you just like, it just becomes a thing you do. But yeah, like definitely the first times, or even like trying to do a new skill, like you said, like you're new to counter-apologetics or whatever. Like, yeah, I mean that, I think there's people out there that like think they watch people do.
Yeah, you watch people
and they're
do
like,
it.
oh, I can do that.
You're like, yeah, exactly.
No problem. You know what I mean? And it's just like, then you get into it, you're like, oh, this is a lot harder in real time with like a real person on the other end of the, you know, who really knows their shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, say what you want. Like, you can say like, you know, that person, I completely disagree with them, but if they just have more hours rehearsed, for lack of a better, I mean, it's not to say it's all rehearsed, but they just, they've heard things, they're prepared, they are cool under pressure or whatever. Like, going up against that is no joke. You know what I mean? Like, and for a lot of people, I think they would just never do it. They would just be like, screw this, I'm done. Like, that ain't for me or whatever. And then they might not, I don't know, they just wouldn't have the opportunities to even get the compliment, right?
Yeah.
From someone like her, or be able to have a conversation with someone who, you know, you really, again, fundamentally disagree with, but like still enjoy having the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, like, that's why I do it, right? Because I've had, you know, a believer like that reminds me of so many people in my life. And it's sort of like being an atheist worship drummer. I genuinely hope that I worry about it sometimes. Like, I worry about a church coming across my content and like not letting me play there anymore.
Yeah.
Which I think would be a fair play. I don't think it's likely to happen, but it is something I definitely am concerned about. But, being and that's an interesting thing too, because I believe that that's hurting my content tremendously.
Right.
Yeah, I think the best thing for my content would be if I was playing drums in a church every Sunday and streaming that live. I just think, because again, that's a non-niche community. There's a lot of people who watch drummers on YouTube. Even just the gospel and church drummers scene is huge. Yeah, so, but, I think we'll get there, and if we get there with me comfortable in that position, then it's worth it, especially because I think I'm getting a lot of other things ironed out. Like, for instance, all this new equipment I'm getting in and this really nice camera that'll be great. But anyway, the reason that's important to me is because, I always say this as an evolutionary biologist, it's like weird. Most of our students, they're like, they're not really into it. They don't really care too much about evolution, and most of them want to go to med school.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So they're not really into like research or the idea of being academics or anything. Like, that's not really their thing. They want to go to med school and get paid, and they're smart human beings. So good for them. But when you really get to interact in a church now you're surrounded by people who don't believe in evolution. And for a lot of them, not believing in evolution is really important to them. It's very, it's not something they're neutral on. So that's like a kind of opportunity that to me is just like, it makes all the time practicing with that worth it, and sitting through all the church services and participating in the Bible studies and going on the trips and going all of that stuff, which is a lot of time and a lot of sacrifice. It's worth it to be accepted in that community, have an important role to play, and then get to have those relationships and those conversations. And when I first started doing this, it was sort of like, the opportunity to do this with MyOneBlack Friend, and, I felt like there was sort of a lack of diversity in at least the atheist community that I was participating in. I've since found some other atheist communities that are more diverse, to their credit, but it almost starting to feel like the churches. How churches are weirdly segregated? I'm starting to feel the atheist community is weirdly segregated.
Yeah, for sure.
So I thought that was a unique opportunity. But certainly, like, right up there with that was the same thing, that I would get to actually interact with people who thought differently than I did and who had different beliefs than I do. And so, go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Because, it seems to me that, obviously, like, it's great to interact with people and who have different views and whatnot. How do you find that, like, where do you find that you have the most, I don't know, meaningful, I guess, like, interaction with those folks, like, in terms of, like, because at least when I would go to church and whatnot, like, obviously I was going when I was younger, but I was just curious, like, what actual, like, is it the Bible studies? Is it the, like, where do you find, is it just like social things that have nothing to do with it? Like, where do you find that people are willing to have or are having
interesting. Okay, it's so interesting. So for me personally, it's playing. It's the actual thrill of playing the drums while all the people are completely, engaged in the worship. And
right.
When you're a musician, Jay-Z once said that you make the music selfishly, and it's just like you make it for yourself because there's something in you have to say, you have to get out. So then when you perform it and the people give it back to you, it's just like a crazy experience. And any performer, like, we all know that feeling. And it's hard to get that sometimes with your own music, but there's a certain way in which you're almost like the Jesus band, and Jesus is like the ultimate lead singer to play for. I mean, even his slow jams are crazy. You know, it might sound like a sad, depressing hymn to me that I really hated practicing all week, but man, when we play it and it sounds right, man, these people start fucking weeping to this shit. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
And then when we get them to high, you know, they might be normal white people and accountants and regular folks, but they're gonna be out their seats and sweating and yelling and the whole right. And so to be the drummer for that is just fun. It's just a lot of fun.
It's just
straight up fun and meaningful, because as a musician, you want to play music that means a lot to the people. I always tell people I may not believe in God, but I might believe in God just as much as I believe in true love or finding the one or a lucky rabbit's foot or whatever the fuck. And we can make great songs about all of these things, right? And so music is not about, do you agree with the topic of the song? Like, no musician cares about that. We don't give a fuck. Is it a good song? And we don't even really give a shit about that. Do people want us to play it? And will they like respond favorably when we do? Cool, we'll play it, right? That's where we're at. Like, and so that's the thing. And then with that is then the secret world of the worship musician. Sometimes when I'm on the stream and I'm playing worship music for you guys and I'm playing drum stuff and I'm breaking down just stuff that goes on stage in the secret world, that's the fun stuff. It's the fact that most people on the audience perspective are thinking, whoa, it must be so cool to be up there in front of the crowd and look cool and rock out and jam. And when you're actually a musician, we're not thinking about none of that, because we have our own little secret hidden world of communicating and playing together, and we're kind of brothers in arms together, and we're all trying to get through this, right? And we've all listening to the click track that nobody else can hear but us, and we've got our guide and our cues, and we've rehearsed all week and laughed at, and we did sound check earlier, and we were joking around, and so now we're just enjoying this moment together, you know, that kind of thing. And so that type of vibe, even the feeling with the sound team and all the people that put up the stuff, all those kind of moments. So sound check and tear down and rehearsal, you know, the time when you're just, you know, people, sometimes we play the songs all funny. You just play funky versions of the song during sound check. That type of thing is fun. But taking it to, because you asked about the people, so I want to talk about the community and not focus it so much on myself and be that goddamn selfish. It definitely is the all the non-church stuff. I think I worked at a church, and it was like an urban church in the city. It was in Newark, New Jersey, and we ran like an after-school program and a tutoring program and stuff like that. And I always we used to kind of tease people that showed up on Sunday, like kind of like, if you're just showing up on Sunday, you have no fucking clue what this church is about, because our Sunday service is kind of janky. I mean, we're a janky little worship team, and our pastors, you know, he's figuring out his way, a little stumble. Our baptisms happen, a little plastic kiddie pool, you know. But Monday through Saturday, we work in some magic in this community, you know what I'm saying? And so I think that's what great churches feel like. And the church I was playing in, that was the thing. It was like everybody was in they called them connection groups, which were like the Bible studies, the kind of like small group. Well, that's really where the church is, because everybody gets to know everybody. I was in one where there was a lot of people on the worship and tech team, so it was a lot of time for us to kind of just fellowship and get to know each other. And people open up about how they see the Bible, how they heard the sermon, and you realize that this is the time you don't have to put in. You know, nobody would even have the audacity to ask you to come to these things. So the fact that you choose to, and the fact that you get to know people so well as a result of choosing to, feels really rewarding. And, you know, they're going to take some road trip. It's a 12-hour trip to Iowa, and you're like, I'm going. You know, I'm going. Let's do this. Because I feel like, I used to tell people, you're not about that cult life. I want to know. And they're giving you a first row seat. And it's an education for me. Like, I used to talk to my science colleagues, and I'd be like, y'all need to go back to church. Why? Because it would change the way you teach. Because you will realize what you're up against. You will realize when people talk about, not believing in evolution or their church, it's not just some idea to them, it's deeply rooted in their life. And you get so much of an understanding if you kind of live it a little bit more with them and see, oh, this is a thing y'all do throughout the week, and this is fun because we have, baptism isn't just some scary, weird ritual where you dunk somebody in the water and the Holy Ghost descends on you, because that sounds kind of weird, actually. Doesn't that sound weird to y'all?
Yeah,
no, actually, it's like, no, really, it's a huge party and your family comes and we put 200 plus people in a house, okay? And it's like a Thanksgiving feast times 4, more food than you can imagine, right? And we play games. Everybody's sober, but we in the basement playing hide and seek type of weird games, and it's amazingly good time. Do you see what I'm saying? And so you're getting it. You're like, oh, this is what this is about, right? And so now when you're on the internet, you're hearing people debate the ideas and the philosophy, like, I don't have a clue. Y'all don't know no damn real Christians.
Right. Yeah. It always seemed to me that like the people that you're hearing about online who are debating philosophy are just are people who are Christians who also happen to like philosophy. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, they're not
totally.
like, and that's like where I think people have now started to call this out, where it's like, where you look at like William Lane Craig and people are like, oh, he's not a Christian or whatever. Like,
yes, some of them have even said that, like, they don't really go to church or participate in church communities and stuff like that.
And it's like, oh, well, in what way are they Christian? Like, well, I guess they are. They profess it to be.
Maybe right.
Maybe that's it, but that doesn't mean that that's what most people are doing.
You want to hear something weird though? Lately, what's been getting me is I think the atheists are the same way though.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're atheists who just happen to like philosophy, and in their own way, they want to legitimize all the philosophical conversations too, because the philosophical conversations don't do any more to me for atheists than they do for theists. They're just, it's fun to poke out how insufficient they are for theism, but they don't do much for me either. And I noticed this the last time I was actually on Rebecca's program, was I feel like the atheists were really trying to shut me down. And part of it was I didn't like the way that we were allowing, even the atheists were allowing this idea to sort of be out there that like, oh, if we find that the universe is fine-tuned, it supports this, it could support the idea of intelligent design. And it's like, no, it can't, because it isn't a scientific theory, because there's just no way, right? Because this idea comes from what? Like, what scientific observation, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. It's just. But I realized later when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh no, even the atheists wanted to like legitimize this type of philosophical exercise because they
like doing it.
They like doing it, right? And I kind of undercut the legitimacy of the whole philosophical endeavor, which would have cut the whole conversation they were trying to have short. So they were like, nah, Jay, we ain't trying to hear that right now.
Like you were trying to tell them like, we don't have to play this game, and they were like, no, we want to play the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, okay, well, I don't have to play the game. And I think that's about right. Like, there's the culture of like online debate, bro, debate, and I'm like, I do think that there's something that atheists, and I think there are some people out there that have said this, but there's a lot of people that just say like, we don't need church as atheists. It's like, okay, fine. But there's things inside of church that are good that you do want. And so the question is like, how are you going to get them if not? Now, maybe the answer is you got your wrestling group, you got your group of people that you you volunteer with, or you have an organization that you work with or whatever, right? Like, it's not to say that you can't. find those things. But the question is like, are you finding those things on like a personal level? Because there's people who leave and then they're just like, and you hear about this and they're just gutted, and they're not gutted because they're like, oh my, the philosophy that I believed was like completely wrong. It's like maybe that's part of it. Like certainly that's part of it. No one likes to feel like they've maybe made the wrong decisions or something like that. But it's more about like the person. Like, what does it mean for them? Like, do they have people that have stopped talking with them that they really enjoyed talking with, even though they're atheists? Right?
Yeah.
That they really just enjoyed being around them.
I definitely felt that. Like, I missed my church, and I felt. Hang on, YouTube Punk. We should get some of these samples because, like, we would use those. Like, it's time to play the game, and where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I would definitely put those in the soundboard. Yeah, I definitely missed my church friend. I mean, I really became like about that life. Like I thought that they were like a Jesus cult, but I use that term lovingly. I think like for me, I think people use it pejoratively, right? But for me, it's like, no, I think cults are fun. Like, I don't believe that they're ideas, but they're interesting ways, because to me, it just means they're all about, okay, so you take the strong belief or whatever, but then really it's just about intentional community around it, right? And so that's super powerful, just to be known and know other people and have them, reliably in and out of your life. And so there's a couple things I think that religions and churches do that, bone dry atheism just can't. One of them is that sense of intentional community. And the thing I love about what we're starting with the cult of the flying man is that it is sort of a real intentional community in that sense of, like I said, we're all, hopping from stream to stream and getting to know each other through the chats and the regular interactions and all of that kind of stuff. And so I always jokingly call it a cult of internet personalities. But it's not quite like the real church thing with the singing and the dancing and the sharing the meals and all of that. So I think you do as much of that as you can. But yeah, I think they really have a lot there. The breaking of bread, all that stuff. I think we're just a social species, right? And we live, especially in our culture, in a time where there's always this tension between what we got to do for ourselves and our needs and our micro families and, our real just need to be communal. And so churches tap into that. And then also politically, right? Mm-hmm. The sense of identity and the sense of being able to challenge things on religious grounds. It's why I actually admire the Satanists, because they were able to say certain humanist principles, like, oh no, this is our religion. And that made it a very different challenge. And so part of the reason I thought, even if the cult of the flying man never becomes big, if it becomes legit in a way, it at least allows us, even as a way of creating content and having fun, to protest some certain things and be like, no, actually, we stand against you overturning Roe v. Wade, because the Satanists, we support bodily autonomy as part of our humanist religion. So go fuck yourselves. Right now, it's probably they'll probably just laugh and throw it in the garbage. But
do you ever find because obviously on one hand the reason you're still in church, would this be fair to say, the reason you're still in church on a regular basis is because of music, and then the community and that comes with that, right? But it's the music community which has different things about it. So you're in a little community inside of this larger community, or adjacent to this larger community. But without that, or even with it, do you find that on the political side of things, when you're surrounded by people who say are rejoicing in Roe v. Wade being overturned, I don't know if that's
yeah, that's would have been the case. I think so. That's weird because when I think about that, my church probably mostly, or at least a lot of them are not aligned with me politically. So yeah.
Do you find that because some people definitely don't want to be in that situation where they're like, I just get it. I just get it.
Yeah. I just think it comes with it, and I hate to say it. To me, there's like it'd be more fun if I was fascinated by porn stars. Maybe I need to switch hobbies, but to me, there's like a gonzo journalism kind of thing that comes with it, and you're just deeply embedded in that community, and part of what comes with that is you just deal with it. Like, I don't know if you know about like Pine Creek talked about like Daryl Davis a little bit on his stuff. No, I'm getting the name wrong. It's I can't think of the name, but it's he's basically the black guy. He goes into like Klan rallies.
Oh, yeah,
he became friends with the Klan. All right, so that's the point I've always made about him. Is the reason he can do that is because he has learned to tolerate and normalize the rituals. Like, so to him, he can just sit there and go, oh, okay, they're gonna for God, okay, for race, for country, okay, right? Then we're gonna light the cross. All right, you're gonna light the cross. Okay, do I get one? No, I don't get one this time. All right, cool. They're gonna light the cross. Cool. All right, cool. We're gonna talk about the separation of races for a good half hour. That's the sermon. Oh man, that was good, man. You had me. That was a great sermon today. Then we're gonna eat some hot dogs, right? And you have to just be there, and he can't break out into a speech or protest or be like, well, I really can't just stand by and do nothing while you sit here and light he just has to know this is not the time for that conversation. Part of my place in this community allows me to have this conversation, right? He gets to have that conversation with the Grand Wizard. But as in exchange for getting it, you got to just be cool when you come to the rally, bruh. You know what I mean? And so that's what people don't get. Like, when I'm with my church, I'm trying to be the best worship drummer possible.
Right.
Right? Like, I'm worshiping. Faking? Nope, not faking it. Pretending? Nope, not pretending. Genuinely worshiping. Why? That's what everybody the fuck else is doing. And I used to be, as a Christian, I used to hate watching drummers who weren't into it. If you're not into it, if you don't like the music, get the fuck off the drums and let somebody who likes it get up there. So you better perform. You better get into it. That's your job. Your job is to, I don't care if you hate the song. Get into it for these 3.5 minutes. That's your job. For these 3.5 minutes, this is the most important song you ever played in your life. That's what I expect to see from drummers, right? And if I don't see that, I'm disappointed. So that's what I'm trying to give. So you're just into it, and that's part of it. Now, in exchange for that, I get to have lunch with the pastor, and me and the pastor talk about evolution for real and why I don't, and, I get to challenge him and he challenges me, and I get to have the same thing with the worship leader and all those things. But part of that is putting each other in a safe space, right? I'm not gonna protest or do something crazy on drums on Sunday morning that's gonna make you feel weird about me having behind you. You're not gonna call me out for being an atheist in front of the whole congregation and put me in a weird situation. There's a trust built. And we have our conversations out to lunch when we're out to lunch. And you know what I'm saying? So you recognize it's a privilege that comes with it. And so you just do what you got to do. Yeah.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, being a professional.
Being a professional. That's what was going to be my question is like, how many or how few people did you or do you let know that you are an atheist? Because obviously, like, there's going to be some people who are like, whatever, Right. You're here. You're leading us, in these ceremonies that are important to us.
Yeah.
And you're doing it, and the thing is, we don't care because we don't care if you're an atheist because we still think God's working through you, or whatever. Like they'll justify it however they're going to justify it. But and so you kind of answered that with like the pastor.
But there's people you think have to know, right? You don't you don't want to you don't want somebody like a pastor or somebody like that. You want them to know as long as you think they can handle it, because you don't want to put yourself in a position where somebody's gonna find. You want to put yourself in a position where you're putting your time in and it's safe. Like if you can be honest with them. There's certain people that can't handle it. Now, for me personally, I never lie to anybody. It just doesn't come up. People just assume certain things about you. They assume you go to their church. They probably assume you're a Christian. You let them assume you're probably a Christian. If people ever talk to me about it, I say it as I have my doubts. Now, for a lot of people, to me, I've learned that that's the conversation. It's kind of interesting. I always saw myself as culturally a Christian. I never stopped really saying I was a Christian. I definitely stopped believing, but people started telling me I couldn't call myself a Christian anymore.
People in the church you were in or outside?
Both. Just people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people who were Christians who were like, oh, if you don't believe the core claims or these core propositions, you're not a Christian. They never came out to attack me, but they would say things like that,
Yeah.
And then, people that were atheists would basically be like, same thing, oh, if you don't believe this, that, third, you're not really a Christian. But I always I'm culturally a Christian. If you want to understand my family, you have to understand that we're Christians. If you want to say, well, no, Jay, your family, what if your family's just some black Americans? All right, we're black Americans. That might explain where we're from, what we do. But when we just had Christmas, my mother gave my grandparents a black nativity scene.
Right.
These motherfuckers are 60, 70, whatever years old. You could get them anything under the planet, and you get them some black nativity scene. Why on earth would you get them that? Right? You have to understand they're Christians. It's some religious family. Do you see what I'm saying? When my grandparents answer the phone, they don't say hello. You can call my grandparents right now. They will not say, hello, priest of residence, Moses speaking. That won't ever happen. Never, 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 not once. Never. They are trained assassins. They never fail. Every single time. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord, Grandma. How you doing? I mean, that's how they talk. You see what I'm saying? So it's being Christian is our ethnicity. That's how you understand our traditions, how they talk, what the holidays are, what the dress code is, all of that, right? Yeah. So to me, I can have a genuine conversation with most Christians and just say, I never really stopped seeing myself as a Christian. It's just, I struggle with these core claims. And so I tell them, I see it as I struggle with doubt the way some other people might struggle with immorality. In a sense, my sin struggle is I struggle with not struggling with sin, right? Yeah. Now, a lot of them, that sounds weird, but I think most of the Christians that I really engage with that are sincere actually buy that in a way. Doubt is a very well-recognized struggle in the faith. Even Mother Teresa has well-known struggles with doubt, right? So people know you could be, the holiest of the holies and have a struggle with doubt. And so I feel like an atheist to me is almost just a person who says, I have doubts, and as of yet, I haven't been able to overcome them. Also, my journey was never looking for atheism. I never went looking to undermine my faith. I was trying to find it. Matter of fact, that's where my original hostility with people like Rebecca came from. Because I would hear her say things like, I don't even consider what I have faith. I kind of know about my relationship with God because I have the evidence and all of this. And I would almost be take that as an insult. See, what you telling me? I didn't look hard enough for the evidence? Or I didn't understand, I went looking in the scripture and I wasn't reading it properly or whatever, right? Because it's almost it's easy to know an atheist and be oh, you one of them God haters. No, some of us, were really, really, really trying to reaffirm our faith. We really went looking for, more confidence in God, and we really, really couldn't find it.
Right.
In
fact, if you hadn't, right?
Right.
If you might have been more likely to be able to kind of like just become one of those people that continues to go and kind of stay in the cultural side, let's say, but that you could just say like, and you could find ways to justify it, right?
Right.
Like, but if you hadn't gone as deep, and
right,
I don't know, maybe this is a wrong way to say it, but let's say that like sometimes you are a person who leads with emotion. Not only do you have like an intellectual connection with it, but you have like the emotional connection with it because it's your culture. You've got family connected with it.
Right.
You've got like, if you were a little kid, you were probably like taught a bunch of different stuff as a little kid about how this stuff was and how amazing all this was and how someday, don't worry, like this person died, you're going to heaven, like you'll see them again. There's all that comes with it. And you start to layer all these things on top of each other. And it's like, no, if after all of that, you still cannot find what it is that, and don't recognize what these people are saying exists, then in a lot of ways, it's so much more pain that you're going to take on, right?
Yeah, and also, like, I was rewarded as a young person. I went to Catholic school. We had theology class. So, coming from a Christian family, I felt like the Catholic school kids, they didn't really take theology that seriously, but I was a Christian, so I wanted to take it seriously. So studying the faith was kind of reinforced from an early age, right? And really, I was just trying to find the human Jesus. That's I remember it clear as day because I started with reading like my grandparents' theology books. I started reading books around the house that they just had on the bookshelf. You know what I mean? So I really was. It wasn't like I was looking to become an atheist. I was looking to learn more about who was the man Jesus. Because if I was ever gonna really, follow in his example, I felt like I had to stop relying just on the scriptures and the stories and figure out like what was this dude dealing with, what was he really about, because I got to figure out how to be a Christian right now. You know what I mean? Like not 2,000 years ago. And so it comes at great personal cost to some of us. I'll never be treated the same way in my family. We'll never be seen the same way in our family. So it's such a difficult truth for us to accept. I was talking about this earlier, how it says like we say almost like I'm coming out, right? Like you're coming out of the closet or something like that, because that's how difficult it is to admit to people in your life that you don't believe. So when you hear people basically question the sincerity or act like it's an easy thing for you to say, or you just want to sin or whatever like that, you're like, you have no idea the personal turmoil that this situation has cost me. It's amazing the sheer amount of reading content Christianity has generated. Yeah, it's been crazy. Look, I want to get out of here, man. I want to actually get some sleep. I got some work meetings and stuff, man. This has been super fun. I hope you call in again, man. I might do a late-night counter-apologetics in the middle of the week. I was thinking, I've been trying to put some more stuff on the Jay Bundy channel just to get some more video content. So I might do some little short videos and then maybe do something fun in the middle of the week or something. But definitely, man, I'll be live on Pocketlocker86 throughout the week. I'll mostly try to have this open if anybody wants to call in anytime. So just let me know you're in the chat and I'll drop a link. And are you in my Discord now?
Yeah, I got the invite for the new. Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, because we could set something up for you to come on Hot Program. I'm sure MyOneBlack Friend would love to talk. Like I said, we want to interview more people from the community. So this has been
I'd be happy to.
This has been super, man. I appreciate this. This has been great. It definitely threw off my plans for the night, but this was way better.
Yeah,
so
sorry, dude.
nah, man. That's the beauty of being live. That's what I want to happen. Right. It's the content is good. When I give the audience something unexpected, it's probably great when it's something unexpected for me. So this was way better than what I had planned, and I can always take care of housekeeping later. Do appreciate people trying to redeem stuff. I'll definitely take care of the bot. We'll get on that. Listen, y'all, it's been a fantastic week for me, from doing everything from the conference, everything with Rodrigo. Looking forward to new content with my dad. Unbelievable time on Hot Program with Rebecca today. This has been a great after party after the Christopher Hitchens thing, man. So can't thank y'all all enough for everything y'all have done this weekend. Really appreciate it. Let me see what I can do here. I think I can put this up. All right, cool. Jim, if you want, just hang out for a second. This isn't live, so I'm going to end the stream over on OBS. You can sit there for a minute. I'll do the outro, and then we can say goodnight.
Thanks, Jay.
All right, guys. Appreciate everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I will definitely see you all tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all the support today. Please, may I have your attention for a very important announcement. Pocketlocker has left the building!
Look in my eyes, what do you see? A cult of personality. Oh, I know your anger, I know your dreams. I've been everything you wanna be. Oh, I'm the cult of personality. Like Mussolini and Kennedy, I'm the cult of personality. The cult of personality. The cult of personality.